Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante.
I'm your host, Deacon.
And here we are on episode 10. We're going to do Dante's game tonight, session 3. So if you're tuning in, thank you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. And before we get started, I want to welcome our special guest player, Sarah. So welcome to the crew, Sarah. Good to have you.
Hello.
You anybody who tuned in last week may have remembered I made the announcement that one of the players who signed on bowed out because he had some obligations that he had to take care of, and he could no longer do the stream every Friday or every other Friday that we do Dante's game here. So, well, thank you all for being here and on time, and it sounds like everything's going good so far on the stream. Let's go ahead and let's jump right in.
All right.
Griffin and Thorin, you remember where we left off last time?
Yeah.
I'll bring everybody up to speed. The party arrived in the village of Fallshire after about a week of travel through some pretty precarious weather. There was a blizzard that happened. There was a bit of a mishap with a wagon that they rented. They broke an axle actually, just about a mile out from a small encampment where they were able to muscle the wagon to get the axle replaced, and then stay the night there throughout the blizzard, and then left in the morning to go to the village of Fallshire, which is near to where these strange incidents were occurring at this near the area of this old ruined tower. So they had friends in the village. They went to look after, make sure they're all right, and sort of go check on what these strange incidents were, because there were rumors of some sort of undead army walking around in military garb. It turned out that wasn't the case. And for anybody who's tuning in for the first time, what was going on was it was just a band of drunkards who, for a lark, painted themselves up to look like skeletons and donned some old military gear they found in the tower, and were trying to shake people down for coin on the road. So you find yourselves packing up the night of there's still a couple hours ahead of you before sunlight starts to come up in the area where you're at near the tower, and Morgan, he clearly looks a little off put by the whole situation. He can't quite make heads or tails if he should laugh or just shake his head or what to make of it all. But he has a very, very open and candid conversation with the two of you, and says, I'm glad that didn't turn out any worse than it did. And I'm glad to see there was no further bloodshed, or no unnecessary bloodshed. I've kind of come to see what I came to see, what this was all about. I have vested interest in doing business between here and Fallshire, he said, and frankly, I don't know if this adventuring thing is for me, so if it's all the same to you, I think we'll part ways here. No feelings, no hard feelings. Hopefully the feeling is mutual. And I'm going to head back towards Fallshire. I'd be happy for you to accompany me, not necessarily entirely, but all the same, it would make for some good traveling companions, especially given all the tomfoolery that's been going on along the roads and whatnot with thrift coins trying to make thrift purses trying to make a quick coin here and there off of innocent travelers.
Indeed. I am more than a little disheartened to see that for all the worry and effort we took in coming here, that there was so little occurring. That this was not but the work of some foolish, drunk youths. Task much more suited to the city guard than to those of our skill. But
So Morgan,
such it is.
Morgan nods and he says, of course, there's still the matter of, exploring the lower levels, which we haven't done. He says, but again, I have no interest in that. So, you're obviously welcome to pursue that, Thorin. You seemed like you had an interest in doing that.
I did.
He said, "Okay, so then, so basically, what we'll do is we'll just kind of fast forward. You all agree you'll accompany back to Morgan. You'll accompany Morgan back to the village of Fallshire, and then from there, you know, your travel goes unimpeded. It's a you can get there a little faster. You know where you're going now, so you're more comfortable making speed towards your destination." And you get there in a couple days. You arrive at the Stray Dog Inn, and so Lewis is kind of surprised to see you back so soon. Once he finds out that you're there, which doesn't take long at all because the hotel attendants and the staff all recognize your faces. And he makes his way around eventually, and says, back so soon. What he looks genuinely perplexed, like, Thorin, what happened? Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. It's just some drunks fooling around trying to scare people to get a coin out of them. It's no worry.
He says, go figure. He says, something just sort of didn't add up when we weren't really hearing any stories of stories of the more gruesome nature, I should say. And he says, well, what'll you do now? Are you going to be here for long? Are you heading back to Arcadia?
We'll most likely stay another night or two, then head back out to the tower. We've still got to see what was in the basement there. They seem to have been a bit put off by something about it, so...
Fascinating. He says, well,
An offer to
again,
investigate.
he says, commendable follow-up. He says, I'm sure it goes without saying you realize it's wholly unnecessary, but, you're more than welcome to stay here as long as you need. Make use of the facilities for as long as you'll be here. If you need, gear, anything I can do, just, let me know. And, he shakes your hand and goes off to go about his business of running the inn and taking stock and writing up shopping lists and whatnot and all the things that a tavern owner has to do. So you're here, and Morgan settles up and says, well, I'm sorry there wasn't a lot of coin to be made, and I'm sorry, I feel like I'm abandoning you, but I've decided what my life is cut out like, and I just feel more comfortable being back closer to home. And he wishes you the best in your ventures here as you head back out to the tower. And then he parts ways. He straightens up his kit, checks out of the hotel, and then takes off just as quiet as he arrived at the Saucy Jack when he met him. So while you're here, you settle in, kick the snow off your boots, pull up by the fireside, grab a table. Server comes around, offers you some drinks, asks if you're having anything while you're warming your bones by the fire.
Some gunner's room would be great.
All right. So they take your order, and you, sir, will you be having anything? They ask you, Hassan.
Cider, if you please. If you have.
We do indeed, and I shall bring you my finest.
Thank you.
Just a moment, I have to send a message here. Okay. So the server goes off to get your drinks, comes back after a few minutes, and has a bottle, literally a bottle of Gunner's rum, like you asked, and a big mug for you, a big stein. And comes back and brings you a fine glass for your cider, and you recognize it as a known entity, and it's a good quality cider. And then the server asks you, "Will there be anything else?"
I do not believe so.
It's
Thank
good
you.
enough for me.
Very well. Call if you need anything. We'll be right over. And then they make their way off. So Sarah, did you see that message I sent to you?
Yeah, I don't know how to send one back. Or
Oh,
if
okay. So you type /W
Okay.
and then DM, and then it'll give you the option to DM, to click on my name,
Okay.
DM Dante, and then space, and then you just type your message back.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We all had to learn it too. You can do the same thing with any other player. /W means whisper, and then you just type in the player's name that you see in roll 20, so it'd be Hassan. You can just type in TH and it'll start to fill in Thorin.
Cool.
So what are you two doing? You making plans while you're here at the inn?
Sure.
Now, why are you interested in returning to the tower to investigate the basement? I mean, I am
the way they made
aware
it
of the
sound.
history of the place, but it does seem to be that there was nothing afoot other than those drunken fools.
Still, we're here, and it couldn't hurt to look.
I suppose not.
Okay, so while you two are chatting away, talking about the finer points of why you want to return to the tower or why you don't, and the skepticism, can I have both of you, Griffin and Hassan and Thorin, give me perception checks? I thought oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So you're both discussing the intent, like Thorin says he wants to go back and look, just because they were upset about not wanting to go to the basement, and he sort of tells you, he's got the gut feeling that they were hiding something, or they experienced something that they didn't quite articulate, and that made him suspicious and want to go back. And you're saying, that maybe the case isn't really necessary. And at the same time, you both sort of cock your heads and look at each other. And then you look over to this opposite corner and you notice this rather colorful character here that has a small crowd around their table. And they're moving their hands very fast, and they're talking, and they're smiling from ear to ear. And they're doing this thing with these little, sort of shells, moving these shells around on a table in front of you. And you kind of get the feeling like you've seen this kind of thing before, but you're not quite sure. But it definitely catches your attention, because there's quite a little crowd gathering around now. And for the Stray Dog Inn, you're not quite sure if this is a regular sort of thing that happens here, or if this is something unusual because of the way the All the people are giving looky-loos over each other's shoulders trying to see what's going on the table. What do you do?
I guess I will go up and take a look.
Okay. Hassan?
Suppose I may as well follow my companion.
So you walk up to the
Bringing
table.
my-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah.
So you walk up to the table, which isn't that far away, 20 feet away or so, maybe less. And you see this, what looks like half-elf, with reddish-brown hair, probably about shoulder length or so, rolling up their sleeves and flourishing their hands around and, moving these shells around the table and then asking the person in front of them, okay, ready, here it goes, not on this side, not on that, which one could it be? Place a bet on that. And so the rube or the local that's sitting there at the table sort of says, well, they're kind of looking and they're deliberating and they're hemming and hawing and they very eagerly and excitedly go, that one on the left, that's it, I know that's it. And then this individual lifts up the left shell, says, oh, I'm so sorry, and quickly and deftly scoops up a silver coin that the rube had put on the table and pockets it. And then goes into this whole spiel, about like, it's really simple, find the pea, it's under a shell, which one could it be? And then they lift up the shell and there's the pea. And they move it around, a little bit, and you watch it and you're pretty sure you're tracking where it's at. And the one that you think it's at is in the middle. Then they lift it up and it's in the middle. And then they look at you and say, would you care to guess where the pea is, Master Dwarf?
So all I have to do, you're telling me, is guess where it's at.
Yes, sir.
Thorin, do we really have time to waste on such an obvious scam?
A scam, sir. I am offended. That is my honor you're wounding.
I've seen those who play the games you play time and time again. They have no honor.
Well, how about you sit down and try that? Maybe, I don't know, play around with me. See if I, trick you in any way. I don't think that you'll find I have any.
Perhaps.
Is that a yes?
Fine.
Hold on a second there.
No.
I'll sit down and I'll hop on the table. At the table.
You have a
If
taker.
you wish, I shall play, but know that I do so
I'm
to
already
prove a point.
at the table.
Well, you both could probably fit there. It's not just like one seat,
True. Do you get my whisper?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Weird.
/
Gonna shoot
W
it to you.
space DM.
I know
Dante.
how it.
Yeah. Doesn't look like Roll20 is frozen or anything, so no, chat's working. So while Thorin is trying to figure out how to send, oh, here it is. Okay, it came through. I'll go ahead and I'll let that. So this will
Awesome.
be interesting. So, okay, this will be really interesting. I got your message, Hassan. Okay, I'm good with that. So, so, Cal. Oh, Sarah, I apologize. I didn't change the overlay, and under your banner it says character right now. So your name for the game is going to be character. I'm
Nice.
sorry.
Love
I'll
it.
let you introduce yourself once you're ready for that. But so you have apparently two takers now. How are you going to present your initial game? Are you going to ask of them to put their money where their mouth is, so to speak, and place a bet, or are you going to merely demonstrate the amazing skill and technique that you possess?
Well, since at least one of these fine people think I have no honor, I'll let them keep their coin. For now.
Okay.
No, I insist.
You
Here.
insist?
I do. Hassan reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small hand, pulls out 5 gold, sets them on the table.
Ooh, 5
Will
gold.
you
Matches
match
that.
my wager?
The conversion, if you're looking at your character sheet, Sarah, is 10 to 1. So 10 silver to 1 gold.
And so, okay. I think I will match your wager.
Make
I
this a
don't
bit
take
more
too
interesting then. I'll put 5 gold on the table as well. Gonna match this?
Oh my.
I do not take kindly to people assaulting my honor. So yes, I do match.
Okay.
Alright.
So she puts up, they put up 50 silver to your 10 gold. I believe I did the conversion right. And let
No,
the
I think that'd
fun.
be 100.
Yeah. It'd be 50 silver for
Oh yeah,
each of
yeah, you're right.
ours.
Yep, I'm sorry.
No,
100
no, no, no,
silver
no. Make it
pieces.
50 silver. Make it 50 silver. I'm kidding.
No.
So they put up 100 silver and neat little stacks of 10 in front of your stacks, 2 stacks of 5 gold. And okay, let's do it this way. Give me just a moment. Okay. So, Cal, go ahead and give me a ledger domain roll while you work your magic with your hands. And do you have a little saying for the shell game, or are you just gonna just knock it out?
I don't think I'll have a saying this time. Also, I can't figure out where that.
Do you want to throw us in
Yeah,
the
I'll
tavern
throw.
map so that
Yeah,
we
I'll
can
throw.
actually get to our characters?
Yeah, let me do that.
like, I cannot find that, so.
So if you here, I'll put your tokens out there. We'll put you here. How about? Let's see here. Fair enough? Good enough? Can everybody see those?
Yep.
Yup.
Let me zoom in on the map a little bit so the viewers can see. Okay. So, do you remember how to get to your action bar?
Yes. I'm at the action bar. I just forget which action it is.
So it should be ledger domain.
I don't have one that says that.
Um.
Not one that I can see anyway.
Think I know what I might have done. Give me just a moment here. I had all this time to prep. Okay, you're going to use sleight of hand.
Okay, I can do that.
The reason I did that is that split into two different skills, and sleight of hand is the primary one. The other one I don't want to give away, so you can look in your character sheet, and that'll tell you what the other one is. And I think that one was passive.
Okay.
Okay. So
I should probably.
get back over here.
Sorry, I think I did the roll as me and not the character. Do I need to roll? In the chat, it doesn't say Cal, it says Sarah.
Oh, that's because
Yeah.
you need, if you wanted to,
Yeah,
you'd need to go into settings and change your display name.
Yeah, that's
And-
in roll 20. Yep.
That's a roll 20.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, that's something I can't control.
good.
That's in your account, but it's okay. It's okay. Like we can do that between sessions or whatever, or if you really want to change it, you can do that
You
between
could-
actions here.
yeah.
It's pretty quick.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they move their hands around real fast and they say, to the left, to the right, the pea is gone from your sight. Which one of these shells is it under? Can you find it or will you blunder? And then they stop. So how do you want to do this? There are two of you playing the game, but only one of you
we can take separate turns, or we could just each take
Well,
a guess. Have
we
a
made
2
the
out of
bet
3
together.
Yeah, they
We
made the bet
bet
together,
together.
but they have to play it. They can't they can't both, because what if one says
Yeah.
the middle and one says the left? So
We
the
have
game
to
is
agree
like,
on it.
Well, then,
oh, you want them to agree on it.
well, if one of us says the middle and one of us says the left, and one of us is right and one of us is wrong, then one of us gets 50 silver and one of us loses their money.
You could do that. That's
Seems pretty straightforward.
so. There are a couple things. I have two messages I have to respond to here. Hassan.
I do not believe I can do that.
Yeah, there's a way to do it. I'm probably not remembering the command correctly.
Ah, I got it. I have a question about that, though.
Uh-huh.
Give me 1 second, and I will tell you.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask Hassan and Thorin, are you both doing this at the same time, or are you playing separate hands?
Makes no difference to me.
Figure we would be doing it at the same time.
Sure.
Seemed like that's
Deacon, let me check something real quick, because that doesn't make sense to me. I see what you're getting at in terms of asking about that particular thing, but let me see. I got your character sheet pulled up here, and get that. Okay, so what you're doing. I have to do it this way. Thorn. Okay. Once you see that, go ahead and do that. And then I'll wait for your result, and then I'll tell Hassan what happens. So Cal, you're sitting there patiently smiling at them, waiting for them to figure out what they're doing. And he's actually doing a dance.
Like what's happening in these games.
So you look at each other, Hassan, you look at Thorin, Thorin looks at you, and then you raise your hand over the shells, Hassan, and you start to mutter some words, and you do your thing, and you both zero in. You look at Thorin, and you nod, and you both zero in on the same shell on the right hand side. And Cal, you say, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," and when you lift up the right shell, that's where the P is.
Terribly sorry indeed. Now,
Fairly
I
sorry
will
for
be
myself.
taking that silver. So I will scoop up my pile of the 50 silver, and then I'll say, Hassan, please take yours.
Reach out and carefully slide the pile over. I must say, I'm impressed.
Impressed?
Yes. Many who I have seen running scams such as these don't even leave the ball under one of the shells.
To tell the truth, I'm
appear to
quite
have-
impressed too. I wasn't
You appear to
expecting you
have
to
more
get it, Hassan.
integrity. I do not take bets I do not know I will win. And I did this to prove a point.
I prove a point and earn a bit of gold on the side. I'm gonna kind of shove all the onlookers off for a bit, and I'm gonna say, come on, let's go back to our booth for a second. And I will invite them over to the booth.
Okay.
Inviting me?
Yes.
Okay. I begrudgingly go. I'm a little miffed about not getting the money I want.
The con was taken by a couple of con artists. Okay, so that was pretty cool. That's a good introduction. So you make your way back
That
over
is.
to the booth where you were, and oh, it's 7 Alapeng. Geez, I can't even say that name. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in chat. We're I'm sorry. We're just like role playing here, and my head's in a different space. But welcome to the Black Dragon Tavern. I'm Dante.
I'm Deacon.
It took you long enough to respond, but yeah, we just started the game just a little while ago, and sit back and relax, and we can catch you up to speed. Oh, okay. You changed your name, Mr. Ooh. Okay, good to see you. Welcome back. Glad you stopped in. We lost a player and we gained a new one. So Sarah is joining us to fill in for Jeff, who left the game, and we're very excited to have them here to play. So we're gonna jump right back into it. So Thorin, you invite the stranger to your table, and what do you all do? I'll let you take it from here.
I will. No, their character didn't die. He just had other stuff outside of the game that he had to do. So
Yeah,
he
he was
prioritized that, which
like
I'll speak to him.
we've been friends for like 16 or 17 years in real life, and he had some things that he had to take care of, so he couldn't commit to playing the game. So it was kind of sad to see him go, but we're still in touch, so it wasn't anything personal like that or nothing that actually happened in the game. Okay, so Thorin, you're back at the table.
Yeah. I will order a round of drinks for the table. I'll look at them and say, well, you seem to have lost the bet, so pick something off the drink menu. I'll cover it, just as a sign of courtesy, if you will. And I've still got my bottle of Gunners, so
Okay.
But somehow I feel like you're gonna use my silver to pay for my drink, and
I
it
wouldn't.
pains me.
It's not your silver. It's his.
He does have a point. I won it fair and square.
Well, Dr. Jones, we see once again that what was formerly yours now belongs to me. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, pick something off the drink menu there. It's on me.
I I'm picking water.
All right.
Yes, I'm aware, but
And for you, Hassan,
Fine. A refill on my cider would be fine.
Okay.
All right,
Server comes around, takes your orders, runs off to go get the drinks.
I'll tell him. Yeah, I'll tell him just while he's here to split the tabs. Hassan's paying for his own. He didn't lose the bet, so.
Oh, jeez. Oh, nothing like party
you were-
loyalty.
I thought you ordered drinks for the table, though.
Well,
Technically, he ordered them.
because you lost. Yeah, I did order them. I didn't say I'd pay for them. So
Fair enough.
So,
you of all people should know that trick. So, kind of set my flagon down on the table, and I will say, I take it you, as a person of your profession, like to earn money.
Always.
I have a bit of a proposition for you, if you
Orin,
have
you
the
can't
time.
be serious.
Well, we know they're at least somewhat honest if they didn't try to fight us for the money that we won. So we could always use somebody
Such a
with that
ringing
sort of skills.
endorsement.
Come on, they can't be that bad. Besides, I'd be lying if I'd told you that I've not stolen anything before. So, what do you think about a little job?
Depends on the job.
Well, we have been traveling around, and as I'm sure you know, as a people person, there have been rumors about the undead roaming around Fallshire. We have gone and seen what's in these, and we have determined that they are not true. However, through our journey to go figure out what was going on, we've met many a people who we've had to deal with, and for the most part, we've tried to do it non-violently. So, the way I see it, a person with skills such as yourself, more in the talking and performance department, I think you might be able to help us. Keep us out of trouble, if you might. Or you could say.
give me a save versus charisma, Thorin.
I don't even know what the hell my charisma is. Oh, it's just a straight up roll.
Oh, you make it.
Barely pass.
Yeah, you barely make it, but you make it. So Thorin does a fairly convincing job of Cal, you pick up that he's being earnest. He's being honest in his general message and tone.
And you
it's
signed
just,
this contract here.
yeah, it's 5 miles long. And clearly it's just the two of them here. So that causes you some concern and questions. Like, you figure they're looking for at least a third person to tag along on this whatever this next adventure or this next leg of their adventure is. So that sort of like sits with you as like wanting to ask him more about, what's at stake here and where you're going. Excuse me.
Well, I have a few questions about this proposition of yours.
Of course.
One, where would you be finding trouble?
Well, trouble can present itself in many forms, you see. Could be anything from a bandit along the side of the road to somebody in a tavern not willing to part with their money, which I'm sure you know quite a lot of the latter one.
I am well aware. My second question concerns your partner.
Yes.
You have concerns about me?
Well, you don't seem to like me very much. And in my line of work, there has to be some degree of likability, or else it just throws everything off.
He's a cold-hearted bastard, but he'll warm up to you eventually.
Fair enough.
There is absolutely no guarantee of that.
I mean, I'm very
He's
likable, so...
likes you.
Ren,
What makes he likable?
What makes me likable?
Yeah.
My general demeanor. My
Give
winning
him-
smile.
Give him perhaps
What
perhaps
makes you
a
likable?
perhaps
Well,
a
to people who have never met me.
perhaps a rousing speech on
Yeah.
the various and sundry qualities of your character and charisma.
Character and charisma.
Real subtle there.
Probably too subtle, because now I feel like I don't know what's going on.
So okay, we'll help you along a little ways. So Cal is sitting there and being very pleasant and agreeable and smiling and nodding at you and has this discourse with you and then goes into this rousing speech as to why it would be wise to follow Thorin's lead, Hassan, and put your trust in him as a judgment of character, as a judge of character, and invite Cal along onto this adventure. So give me, Sarah, give me an oratory roll.
Okay.
Okay. And Hassan, give me a save versus... Hang on 1 second. Give me a save versus wisdom. Okay, so you make it. So you listen to this speech, and you get a bit of a chill up your spine as you realize that this individual seated next to you possesses somewhat of the same qualities that you do with respect to influencing and persuading crowds through the power of speech and words. And just for the briefest moment, you feel the slight sensation of what you can only believe to be possible admiration for that quality. And you simply nod at them.
Well,
Yeah, that's
seems
pretty much
sort
how
of
you
that.
react. Huh.
Well, that seems to be sorted out. You sure I can't get you a drink?
I'm fine, thank you.
Understandable. I will signal the wait person and get another bottle of Gunner's rum. One for the road.
So yeah, it's early enough, like in the day, that you could probably head back out if that's what you're indeed going to do. Before you leave town, is there anything any of you need? Stock up, because now you're actually going to go with a bit more of a unknown purpose in mind as well. You're sort of going back to, the place, but now you don't really know what you're going to encounter, if anything. So now's a chance to stock up before you leave town.
Um. Hmm. Nope. I believe I'm good.
Don't think there's
Yeah.
anything I need.
Okay. So you settle up your tab with the inn, and you leave word at the front desk, that you're headed out, so that can get back to Lewis, and you head out. You head back to the tower. So it'll take you a couple days to get there, and then we'll just sort of like skip past the travel. The weather hasn't changed much, so your path to and from the tower is probably still fairly visible in the snow, since there's been no new snow cover since you've arrived back. And after a little bit of a walk through the village, past the square, into the gaunt field, beyond the sanatorium, and beyond the wood, you start to make your way into the forest. And soon enough, you get your bearing, and you find your trail that you left just a couple days ago, heading right back to the tower. So with a couple days travel, a couple nights travel, you wind up having to stop for the night at one point, taking shifts, building a little camp, and then you make your way to the field where the tower ruins sit. And about 2.5 days later, you find yourself there again at the edge of the clearing with the tower in sight. What do you do?
Well, I guess we'll just approach the tower.
Say, I still find this all more than a little unnecessary. Not. I do not question that there may indeed be something I do not believe it to be not such a concern that we need come all the way out here.
And if it is,
Indeed, if it is, but
well, I will make sure that if it is something of note, I will leave any credit of yours off the table since you didn't want to come out here.
Ooh, such
So,
contention.
it amuses me that you think I would do this for credit or recognition.
well, let's get on in, shall we?
All right,
I'll
so you're
just,
heading into the tower.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna do once more. I'm gonna do a real quick check of the upper floors just to make sure they didn't come back or whatever.
Okay.
Just real quick, peek up,
Okay.
look around.
Oh, from the outside, from the exterior.
No. Like
Okay.
we go in and then I just run up the stairs and take a quick look.
All right. Slow your roll just for a moment, so I can bring Cal up to speed. So you approach these ruins in the middle of this field that's been cleared out, but nature has clearly sort of like taken back over because this tower has been abandoned for quite some time. Several of the floors are in complete disrepair with holes in the side of the wall exposing themselves to the elements and to nature. There's a foul smell that emanates from the tower that reeks of like animal and human waste, having been collected here for a long time. There's no real smell. There's like a slight maybe smell of like wood fire, like somebody had a mock or a makeshift campfire here, using the tower as a place of respite or shelter, and you assume that's probably the gang of for lack of a better term, just like hoodlums that Thorne and company just found a couple days ago that they drove out. So you make your way into the tower here, and you're. I'm gonna put your tokens here, and then I'll change the map because there's a different. Whoops. I have a different map for each level. So Deacon, I want it. That's why I said slow your roll a little bit so I can get the things to catch up here. So you make your way in. Can everybody see that? Okay.
Yep.
I cannot. I get a black screen with my character on it.
Might want to turn vision on for them.
I have it on.
Weird. Yeah, I can see. I can see.
Yep, vision is on, and their field of vision is on. In fact, for 30 feet. So I'm not quite sure why you can't see. Is it pitch black or is it just limited, Sarah?
It's like there's nothing there except my token. I can see myself and that's about it. Like black like screen and then my token on top of that. There's nothing else there. No texture, nothing. I also can't seem to pull up anything in my character sheet at all. So there's that as well.
Huh.
That's
That
weird.
sounds like that might be a Roll20 issue, like it's lagging or something. It's not for me. I can you see, is the screen moving for you right now?
Nope.
Yeah, that's Roll20 locking up on you. Can Thorin and Griffin, or Deacon and Griffin, can you guys see the screen moving as I'm moving the map back and forth?
No.
No, I don't see any movement.
You don't see the map moving.
Are you just like dragging the map or are you switching it?
Yeah, I'm just dragging the map.
Well, I think if you drag the map, it only drags it for you. Because I'm dragging the map as well, but...
Okay, if I move your character, can you see that?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. See the movement.
How about you, Sarah?
Yeah, I can see you moving my character.
But it's not illuminated around it?
Not at all.
Can you refresh your page? I'm sorry, I hate to do tech support right in the middle of the stream, but go ahead and refresh your page and let's see if maybe that helps. Because you should have a radius of light around your token.
Did not do anything.
Alright, I'm going to try something real quick. Bear with me one moment, y'all. see. I'm going to try to remove this token and then reinsert it. And we'll see if that saves it. Sometimes I just have to reset these. I was just reading about this the other night, how some players are having an issue and they had to reset their game on Roll20. So theoretically, once I do this edit, hopefully this will work. Use selected token, save changes. Okay, let me pull that off of there. Put this back on the map. How about now?
Nope.
You can't refresh your page. And if that doesn't work, what we're going to do is we're going to have you go out of the game and come back in.
Okay.
So while Sarah's doing that, while they're doing that, Thorin and Hassan, what are the two of you doing?
Well, I'm gonna look around. Just, like I said, check the upper floors, just see if, just make sure they cleared out,
Okay. You as well, Hassan? Are you staying put? Are you following Thorin, or?
I'll stay where I am.
Okay. Are you gonna search around at all? Just like generally,
Yeah, I assume we're going in the day this time. It's not night.
Let me see. Let me roll for that. We'll give it a 50-50 chance. 1, 2, 3. It's day. 4, 5, 6. It's night. It's night.
Dang.
Sarah, how did that work out? Did that do anything?
No.
And you still can't see, like, if I move your character, you can see the token move, but you can't see any of the map around it?
No, I can't.
I am honestly at a loss. I don't know.
Oh, wait. I can see stuff now.
Okay, hang on. I have an idea. In order for this to save, I have to do this process again, so just give me 1 minute here. I'm sorry, viewers. Anybody who's out there watching the game, this is a technical issue that we're going through. We're trying to get this fixed real quick so we can hop right back into the game and actually get some stuff done here. Dynamic light on. It's just as frustrating for me as well. Save that. And then use selected token. Save changes. Okay, one more time, and let's see. Put it on the map. Okay, how about now?
I can see.
Yay!
All right. Yay, we got it fixed. All right, let's get on with it. Okay, so you enter the tower, and what you see around you are like decrepit ruins and broken furniture and piles of rubble and debris. Broken weapons here and there. What was clearly a keep of one point in time. On the journey here, Thorin and Hassan filled you in on a little bit of the backstory that they learned recently from the proprietor of the Stray Dog Inn, who in turn learned this story from the monks at San Mateo, a small monastery sort of town southwest of the village of Fallshire. And that story is the story of a king who once ruled over Andalusia and used this keep as a sort of private operating base for his Department of the Interior, who would effectively carry out espionage missions across the orb, gathering intelligence from other countries and what their leaders were doing and what their politicians were doing and any radical factions that might be moving against Andalusia or other countries around the globe. So the legend had it that this king was approached by this individual claiming to be a foreign dignitary from another country, representing this other country, and wanting to have a place at the king's court as an ambassador between the two countries. And it turns out that it was just it was a demented mage basically who was trying to get their hands on the king's scepter. They believed it to be a relic of power, and as such they offered the king immortality at one point in exchange for this scepter. The king thought about it for a while, but then ultimately refused, fearing that his mortal soul would be lost somewhere in the transaction if he did this thing. The mage grew outraged and as such put a curse on the king, condemning him to immortality, but also to perpetual aging. So effectively, he created an individual that can never die, but never stops aging. So the king was then accused of torture and crimes against humanity. And evidence was found in the tower that pointed to him and his elite guard carrying out these horrendous torture sessions and executions of political prisoners. And the mage went about his business. Once he realized when he did get the scepter, realized it wasn't what he thought it was. And allegedly, this is all history, this is all legend, of course, allegedly shattered the scepter, left the king to suffer in his own misery, and eventually the king was condemned to house imprisonment here in the tower, and was basically abdicated of his throne, and became a hated person in the eyes of the people of the country. So nobody really knows what happened. Nobody knows how these stories came to be, other than it was a tip-off about the king. It could have been revenge. It could have been any number of things. So there are a lot of mysteries surrounding this whole location. So when rumors started to circulate that there was an army of the undead walking around the tower, it made sense to go check it out, because the king did indeed have, he was in charge of all the armies across Andalusia. And as such, he had an elite bodyguard, a small squadron of elite soldiers, so it's possible that something could have been amiss at the tower. And that's what brought the adventuring party here. So now that you're here, what do you do? You're on the first floor. Thorin, I know you said you want to look around, explore the other rooms. Hassan, you were going to do a little bit of poking around. Is anybody searching, turning things over? Just, you never really took a look around in depth the first time you were here because you were alerted to the presence of other individuals. So your senses were heightened, but you were more on battle ready alert. So now that you're
Yeah.
here and it looks like the place is empty, what are you going to do?
I'll just take a look around, see if there's anything of note.
Okay. Give me a D100 roll.
Phew. Wow. Out of all the things, I still roll.
So 1 is a critical success. But
That's great, actually.
let me just
thought
take a
I
look.
failed horribly there.
Just let me take a look here, and what I want to do is just have a looky-loo and see what that translates to. Dear Santa, for Christmas I want a supercomputer with lots and lots and lots of RAM and processing power, so my machine doesn't lock up every time I have to look something up. Okay, where are we going? Going to the dungeon tab, going to the treasure tab. So you're poking around, and you're using, I don't know, I assume the tip of your long sword to move debris around and that, and you find a small pouch on the floor. And when you poke at the pouch, it sort of makes a glassy clanking sound to it.
Well, it's not normal. I will pick up and inspect the pouch.
Okay. So you open it up. Inside you find, let's see. 8 small gems that look like they're uncut, but look to be of fairly, well, I don't know if you have that skill or not, appraise treasure. You find 8 small uncut gems.
I don't, but I do have mining and stone cutting. Could that be equivalent in this scenario since they're gems?
This is true because you're a dwarf. Okay, so you recognize them to be raw, uncut gems that have some value to them. Not a lot.
Right.
Roughly, maybe if they were polished, you'd get like 10, so about a gold apiece.
Okay.
So that's what you find in that pouch.
And there were, how many? You said 8?
Yeah, 8 of them. So in the meantime, what are you two doing? Cal and Hassan?
I think. Oh,
No,
I think I'm looking for anything that's shiny.
You're looking for anything that's shiny. Okay, so you spend some time. Are you staying on the first floor? Or are you going to split, go to the second floor, third floor?
I think I'm gonna stay on. I think I'm gonna stay on this floor with Thorn and Hassan.
Okay. So you do a general search of the area. I'll tell you what. We'll make it easy. Give me a D100 roll, and we'll say like you've all gone through like the 3 floors that are here, save for the roof. And you've looked around and spent some time doing that because there's nothing else to do really unless you set up base camp here for the night, which you may consider doing pretty soon. And Cal, as you're poking around, you near a room that smells of vomit and urine, and you're quite taken aback by the smell, but just as you're about to walk away, you step on something that crunches underfoot with a no, it doesn't squish, it crunches with a metallic sort of clinking sound to it. And you happen to find a small pouch that clearly looks like a coin pouch.
Me? Is the pouch gross? Like,
I'll give it a 50% chance. This was the room, Deacon, where the individual that woke up and puked was in.
oh.
So, let's say roll the 100. It is not.
Oh, good. I pick it up and look in it.
Okay. So you find 9 copper pieces, 11 silver pieces, and 4 gold pieces inside of the pouch.
Wow.
Money. Cool. Recouping some of my losses today.
Hassan, are you searching as well? Just a general search of the area?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give me a D100. $38. Yeah, that makes sense. So again, as you're poking around, you're in another area of the room where you find a particularly interesting stack of things that don't quite look right. Like, they don't look like they would be here naturally in the order in which they are stacked. And that leads you to believe that perhaps they're concealing something. So as you start to dig through the stack of things and remove them, you find a small coffer, a small wooden box. Not very ornate, but what do you do?
I suppose I'll open it and look inside.
Brave. You just open it right up, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, lucky for you, the box is not trapped. That will be your only hint for the remainder of the session. It contains several coins. It's not locked, but it is like a I don't want to say decorative, but it's just like a plain little wooden box with a little latch on it. And inside of the box, there's 13 copper pieces, 14 silver pieces. Are you jotting this down?
Yes.
Please do, because I should warn you all, if you don't jot it down, it's not there. Because I am not keeping session notes on this. I should, but your haul, your responsibility. So 13 copper pieces, 14 silver, 10 gold, and 1 platinum piece.
Oh. Wow.
So you're getting the feeling that like maybe this maybe one of the most recent inhabitants or more recent inhabitants here wasn't being totally on the up and up with you about like the coin that they had been pilfering from weary travelers while in disguise as skeletal warriors. All right. So are you pretty much done with the searches of the area for now?
Probably, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
seeing what we found, should we just tear the whole place upside down?
Nice. So,
mean-
okay. It's getting late into the evening as you're here in the tower, and you probably want to start thinking about setting up like a small secluded area where you can each get some rest and somebody can take shifts for watching, the entryways and whatnot. Or you could keep going. It's up to you. You tell me what you want to do.
Well, it's not like we're going to need the daylight for anything if we're going to be underground.
Very true.
And so,
Let's just press on for now.
okay. I'm kind of looking to
See
somebody
what
to take
y'all
the lead. I don't want to drive it as the GM. We're at a point in the adventure where most of the decisions are going to come from you all. So if I go silent, it's because I'm waiting for you to say we do this.
Yep. Yeah.
So before we do that, before we press on, just one more quick reminder. In Dante's game, I encourage the players to drive the direction and the pace of the game, and really, I don't like to corral players. I try not to do that. I try not to metagame. So it's very important to clearly state your intentions. What are you doing? So if you tell me, I'm actively searching for traps, I'm going to assume that the party's moving at least half speed, because it takes time to carefully search for traps. Or if you say, I'm moving stealthily so that I don't crunch any of the debris underfoot, that's going to slow you down to half speed. And then I can keep these things in mind, like if for some reason you're surprised, the person who was in stealth mode likely wouldn't have tipped off any intruders or foes or what have you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I don't want to make assumptions that you're doing certain things and then you say, well, actually I was doing this, and I'm not big on like alternative history, like revisionist history, like, oh, well, I was actually like cocking my bow at the time, we got jumped. If you told me 5 minutes ago that you were actively searching the floor for coin pouches. So just a couple things to keep in mind. All right.
Sure.
So with that, if you're okay with it, what I'll do is, you're going to press on to the lower level then, Thorin?
Actually, I'm going to need to disappear for a hot second. I need the bathroom.
Okay, that's fine.
Be right back.
So while Griffin is doing that, I'll get the next map set up here. This is going to be the real test.
I would just like to, to note, I would like to move my coin pouch more in a safe range.
All right. What's your marching order?
First,
Cal, since Hassan is not here, I will give you the honor of having next choice since Thorin spoke up first.
I think I'm last. I think I'm kind of like hanging back, like, this is kind of weird.
Okay. Then we'll put Hassan right in the middle.
I just realized how weird of a character introduction this is for us. Hey, you like to make money, right? How about doing a job for us? Yeah, come on to this dungeon here. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
All right. Can you all see that?
Yes. At least I can.
Okay. Here's where it gets spooky. So
I
I've
can
got
see
dynamic
that as
light
well.
turned on, but I changed the dynamic lighting so that it's easier for you all to see your surroundings. Technically, you shouldn't be able to see through any of those walls there, but
Okay.
since it's a friendly game, I'm not super concerned about it. So we'll wait till Griffin comes back, but in the meantime, what are the two of you doing?
I will just get my sword ready.
Okay. Draw your sword, or just have your hand at the palm, right, or pommel and hilt ready to go. Grip, not hilt.
I'll draw it.
Okay. Cal?
I think I am. I think I am holding on to my I can't remember it. My spring out spike. Like I'm just kind of like rubbing my thumb over the button.
Okay. Just kind of have it at the ready?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Welcome back. So we just set marching order. We've got Thorin in the lead. You're in second place, Hassan, and Cal is bringing up the rear. And I was just asking each of the players, what are they doing? What is their God? You're right, Deacon. These earbuds are really like not the greatest. They slip out and they're like painful to put back in. What do you do, Hassan? Are you readying a weapon or of any sort? You've got your walking cane. Is there anything else you're doing to prepare as you make the descent down the spiral staircase into the lower level of this tower?
I think Hassan is just going to... I think I'm just going to be moving slowly and carefully. Don't want a repeat of the last time we were here.
All right, so here we go. You descend the spiral staircase downward approximately 20 feet into darkness. The stairs open up to a 45-degree angled room with a stairway following the left wall downward beyond your sight and an open doorway in the wall to your right. Beyond that doorway is another room, partitioned off and with yet another egress on the far wall opposite the entryway. Beyond that room is yet another room, making up a fourth quarter of the tower's floor space. The entire space appears to have been used as a cellar or a storage area of sorts for the tower's original inhabitants. Various smashed crates will reveal their contents by way of faded yet still legible labels and stencils. So you see some things that say like Office of the Interior. You see things that say dry goods. You see things that say like parade ground pavilion. And different types of labels and things on some of the crates that are now mostly debris on the floor.
Not much to look at.
No, not at all.
So feel free to move your characters. Keep in mind, each round that you move, you all have a movement range of 30 feet.
The squares are
5 feet a square.
5 feet. Okay. Oh.
We're not counting that right now, though, because we're not in combat, right?
No, but like, the point is like, don't take your token and Superman fly around the whole tower here. Move little by little, and if you encounter something, I will let you know to stop immediately. And when I say stop, if I say stop, hold up, or anything like that, that calls for everybody.
Okay.
Until I can get it sorted, because I can't split my tongue into 3 different pieces and speak to each of you individually. So again, there is a considerably less dense odor at this level, because it looks like, frankly, it doesn't get used or hasn't gotten used as a sort of shelter in quite a long time. So everything is fairly dusty. You don't see any footprints as you look around. Not that anybody has told me they're actively searching for tracks or anything.
No.
bounty hunters in the group. Hint. Anyway, at least from, all outward appearances, it just looks to be like a really old abandoned cellar. Again, like I described it. Let me ask this. Oh, I guess I don't. Hassan, do you have a source of light? Did you pick up a source of light? Did you have a lantern or something, or torches?
No, I guess I don't. I should have acquired one, but I don't. That was a little foolish on my part.
All right, let's just magically put one on your character sheet. So if you would do the honors, open up your character sheet, and under your basic trappings, type in like bullseye lantern and 1 pint of oil, or let's go easy on you. Let's say 2 pints of oil, because your companions have night vision, they have infravision, so they don't really need a light source.
Yeah.
They could they can use one, but for the most part, they're able to maneuver fairly decently in the dark. Okay, party, what do? You see that your tokens are all near the stairway, the top of the stairway that descends down into darkness beyond your vision.
So the stairs are going down over here.
Yes.
I think I'm kind of poking at the debris that's on the ground, sort of moving it out of the way gently with my foot.
Okay.
We should not descend further until we have cleared this floor. I think that would be prudent.
I moved my token around the top areas. I did not hear any sort of stop, though.
Yeah, I think, speaking as DM, I think that's what Thorn was doing. He was exploring around the other rooms just to check for any other sign of occupancy or
and
other
did not
things.
find any.
I don't know. Thorn, did you find anything?
Not that I could tell. Nothing important, at least. Also, quick apologies if my character suddenly moves, like, way too far. My arrow keys are acting up here, so sometimes it'll read one click as, like, 4 or 5. So, I might just go a couple steps too many.
Oh, on your keyboard?
Yeah.
Is it plugged in?
Like, if I press it... Yeah. How else have I been typing?
Oh! Well, okay, so there is auto snap too. Your tokens will tend to want to.
It's the keyboard.
Okay.
Because it's been doing it in other programs too, like Word and all that.
Okay. I didn't know.
It's just sometimes if I like there, if I press down one direction, it'll jump.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, you know, I guess maybe just move your mouse and click it. That's an option. True. I just didn't know if you had one of those combo keyboards where it could be plugged in or battery, wireless.
No.
Okay. All right, so what do you all do?
Having not found anything of note, I think we should head downstairs.
Okay, get your tokens in marching order then. Sorry, that was me pinging the map. I didn't mean to. All right, Thorin, lead the way. Yeah, and this is one where you might need to hold, I think it's the Alt key, so that you don't snap to one of those squares as you're going down there. Let me know how far you go and where you stop. Actually, go down to the bottom. Right
so I
there.
take it like this here. Is this a doorway? Or is that like...
That goes under. So you would be going under that. So you
Okay.
reach the bottom, of the stairs, you reach the bottom landing, and immediately to your right is an open archway leading into a circular chamber. That's about 20 feet across by 20 feet
like
across.
over here?
That's correct. So
Okay.
give me a minute and I will change. So ahead of you, like I said, you see this semicircular chamber, and you stand in the entryway to a circular room that expands about 20 feet across from the center. On the wall opposite the doorway, which would be... Whoops, I didn't mean to blow the notes up like that. That's correct. All the way across the room is a heavy set of iron bars closing off the corridor behind them. And you can see that because your infravision will carry at least that far. Beyond the bars is what looks like a corridor with side alcoves or passages on each wall on the left and on the right.
I would like to check this doorway for traps before we head in.
The entryway?
Yes, the entryway into this room. I'd like to check that for traps.
So, okay, so what you will be doing is a 10-foot by 10-foot area, which
Sure.
would include 5 feet, like before the door and after the door, or do you want to do the 10 feet after the door? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Do you want to do the 10-foot by 10-foot area that straddles the doorway?
Yeah.
Because you're kind of standing in that already at the landing.
Oh. Well,
You don't have to go into the room to do
Yeah.
it.
sure. I'll do that.
Okay. So give me a detect traps
just
roll.
did.
Okay. 74. Did you make it?
Mhm.
I don't think you did you?
Nope, I did not. That should be let me tell you what that is.
That's awfully high.
That is a 60%.
Okay.
No,
So
I did not make that.
yeah. Okay. So you search that area, fairly carefully from what you think, specifically for traps. But it is awfully dark down here. It's very dusty, very dank. So some of the floor is a little slimy. Some of the doorways are a little slimy. And, from what you can tell, give me just a minute here. Yeah, from what you can see, you can't really, you don't think there's anything there.
Okay. I'm gonna whisper loudly back. Look safe, you guys. Try not to trip in the doorway, and I will walk in.
Okay. Stop.
I'm going. Okay.
Suppose.
So you
Yeah.
walk in, and
Oh, I'm back here.
yeah, hold on. Nope. Hang on. You walked up to here.
Okay.
And unfortunately, because you rolled
Yeah.
so high, you missed
All right.
that there was a pressure plate trapdoor on the floor. the pit opens up beneath you, and you fall down approximately 10 feet. So you are going to take 10 points of damage.
Nice.
So they'll come off your fatigue points first, and then the remainder will start to come off your hit points.
Oh, okay. So which ones are the green ones my fatigue points?
Yes.
Okay.
The red is your hit points, and the blue should be your fate points. And if you look at your character sheet under abilities, you'll see the numbers there.
Yep.
So you're caught off guard. Actually, you know what? Give me a save versus dex. I'm sorry, I robbed you of that before you apply any damage. And if you've already applied it, let's just see if you make your save versus dex for to avoid the trap as it's sprung.
13.
And what's your dex?
My dex is a 15 that had a +1 bonus to it.
Okay.
So I rolled a 12, became 13.
Okay. So you make it. Okay, and I apologize.
Okay.
I should have done that first.
Well, I'm just going to put these back then, if you don't
so-
mind.
So I'm going to put you here across the pit, okay? And we'll say, like, as it sprung, you leapt forward, which in reality, if you stepped here and it sprung, you were only leaping 10 feet forward. So it's not like it's a Herculean task for a dwarf.
Yeah.
But now you know there's a pit there.
That's
so,
true.
Hassan, you're standing in the doorway and you see this happen. You see Thorin leap forward as the floor opens up beneath him. What do you do?
I'm going to. First, I don't believe Cal. See that? I'm going to turn back and say, careful. Looks like there's a bit of a drop. And I'm going to move forward just a little, like, into the room, but not. Is there, how much room is there between the doorway and the pit?
5 feet.
5 feet.
Just like you see it.
Okay.
Each square is 5 feet. So you
Okay.
could skirt.
So yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna just go in and skirt around the edge of the pit.
Okay. And then Cal, do you follow suit?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and move your tokens in. Okay.
I don't think I have any, like, special abilities, but can I just, like, look around the room to see if there's anything, like... Because, like, you said there were these iron bars.
Right. Blocking the hallway ahead of you is like a small set of iron bars, like a small portcullis. From your vantage point, you can't really tell if they lift up or if they swing, towards the room that you're in or away from the room that you're in. You need to inspect them to see how it looks like that mechanism is activated. Are you inspecting around the pit too? Are you looking in there, or are you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I just wanted to see if there was anything like, just in general, that I could see about this room. If there was any sort of raised areas, or aside from the pressure plate, on the walls or anything like that. Anything that might be indicative of a switch, maybe, or a button.
That would raise the portcullis, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Let me take a look at one thing real quickly here. So give me a standard save versus perception, because you don't really have a skill like detect traps or anything like that, or at least I don't think you do. I just looked at your character sheet. So save versus not dexterity. Save versus perception is a D20 plus any bonuses that you have.
I think I'm just like checking back at my character sheet to make sure. Is there a way to do that, to do a save quickly, or is there
Just type in the chat slash roll and then space and then D20. That's the quickest way. I didn't put token actions for every stat save, because the token bar would be like 3 lines long. It'd be massive.
Okay. And then
So you don't notice anything.
Okay.
Yeah, so you roll an 8. You don't notice anything. You look around. You don't see anything that looks like it's obviously a triggering mechanism to open the gate here.
Okay. I mentioned that to Hassan and Thorin. I say, I don't see anything that looks like it could open it. Open the bars, open the gate.
I mean,
We can.
do we want to simply attempt to move them physically and see?
We could try, but these look like strong bars, and well, I'm not sure how far that would get us. I saw you try to lift that wagon earlier, and that didn't go far.
Thorin,
We could come back to here.
Give me a let me hang on. Let me do this one for you, because this is a passive one.
Perception.
Yeah.
You trying to see if I perceived that guy up in the corridor?
No. I mean, I can see from the angle here that you can see something over there. But so as you're doing this, like you get this little tickle on the back of your hairy dwarven neck. And as Hassan, I assume you've got your lantern out.
Yeah.
So as Hassan is shining the lantern in various places, Thorin, you catch the glint of something in the bottom of the pit.
All right. Well, I will grab my hammer that you so thankfully took out of my inventory because you thought I would never use it. I will grab something like a rock or something heavy, and I will drive a piton into the ground somewhere along there, just something that I can tie a rope to so I can climb down.
Okay. So you're going to go to the bottom of the pit?
Yep.
Okay, so it's only 10 feet. You drop your rope down there. Go ahead and move your token inside of the pit. There aren't spikes sticking up, so it seems relatively safe. But it is a small little nasty small drop. And You search around a little bit there, and what you see is the remains of a broken coin pouch with several coins spilled out on the ground and some gems. And you also find a small silver circlet, which is like a crown, like a thin band. And in the hands of a skeleton down there, half concealed by the rags, the tattered remains of their clothing, which have now turned to rags, you find a bearded axe, a hand axe.
Helpful. No lever.
What's that?
So that's helpful. No lever.
No.
All right. Well, guess we'll get the most important business out of the way then. How many coins?
So the coins are scattered, and you collect up about 25 gold pieces, 5 platinum pieces,
Oh,
and
hold
5.
on, hold on.
Okay.
And 5 what?
5 rubies that are worth about 25 gold apiece.
A piece. All right. Bearded axe. And
A circlet.
I'm trying to
Silver.
write this down, and I've just
Yeah.
realized I barely know how to spell circlet. All right, I'm going to put the bearded axe next to the circlet, and I'm going to cast Detect Magic over them.
Okay. So you do that, and
Yes, I
it's
do.
like it's a first level spell, I believe, for you, so it goes off
Yep.
instantly, and you do detect the aura of magic coming from. Well, I assume you're waving your hands to each object.
Yeah, I'm like a little metal detector, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Which one is beeping
So,
more? Yeah.
So as you move your hand over the circlet, that seems to emanate an aura of magic.
Okay. I will pocket everything, throw the axe in my backpack, and I will climb back up. And at the top here, I will pull out that coin pouch, actually, and I will say, there's 25 gold here, so it looks like we can split that up fairly evenly. 10 for you, Hassan, 10 for me.
Hey,
And,
Jimenez.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jimenez.
that's my fault for not changing the overlay to reflect the new player's name. They just gave it to me last night too, so in my defense, I was pretty sleepy and tired. I blame Sarah.
So we'll split that up. 25. So it's 10 to you, Hassan, 10 to me, and I will hold on to the 5 for you, Cal. We'll call it a talent acquisition fee. So I'll hand them 5 gold. I'll hand Hassan 5 gold.
Yeah, Adam. So what the funniest part is, Sarah couldn't think of a name, so she goes, "I'll tell you what. I'll go with an alias. Here's what the alias is."
I'll give you 10 more gold if you tell me what your real name is.
You didn't give me any gold anyway.
No, I did. I gave 5 to each of
Give
you.
you 5.
Yep,
Yeah.
gave
So make sure you
5, gave Hassan
jot
5.
that down in your character sheets because you know, like that's kind of important to do just so that you don't feel like you were cheated out of anything. So he doesn't. I technically I could like the way I should do this is I should tell him in private what he found. That way, when he splits it with you, you're all like, "Oh, shiny, thank you!" Instead of like, "You dude, you ripped me off, dude. Like you kept the best parts."
Well, we'll see what the circlet does. It may be more useful to one of you than to me. Ah, they don't know it's magic, though.
They don't know it's magic.
Nope.
Somebody in here has detect magic, I'm sure.
Yeah, I do. I used it.
Oh, well, somebody else may have it. I'm just saying. Okay. So you come back up, you split the stuff. You're still faced with the challenge of getting through this gate. So who else is going to work here?
Well, hmm. We could.
I'll bet his response to that would be the Jack Sparrow response, but instead of pirate, he'd say dwarf.
Yeah. We could always check out the lower floor, then come back here once we've made sure that nothing down there is going to sneak up on us. Might not be the worst idea.
You are in the lower floor. Remember,
Oh,
you
Okay.
were in the first floor of the tower. You went up to the second. You went to the third. Then you came back down to the first. Then you went to the basement floor.
This area back here, I thought that went a floor lower.
No. That's where you're at.
Okay.
You went down
Great.
about another 20 feet or so.
Perfect.
After you had already gone down to the basement. So you're like 2 levels underground right now.
Nice. Well, let's try to figure out a way to open this then. Any ideas, Hassan? I have climbed back out of the pit, by the way, and I have retrieved both my rope and pitten.
Okay.
That's like 2 silver pieces right there, man. That pitten, can't let that go to waste.
Okay, so gentle reminder from your friendly neighborhood DM.
Yes.
Look at your character sheets. Look
Yes.
at your skills.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I am going to use a skill. Yep.
Awesome. Sarah, you were just gifted 10 gold pieces by A. Jimenez 1263. So jot that down on your character sheet.
Impressive.
Most
Thank you.
impressive.
I forgot that was a thing you could do.
Yep.
How much is that?
It's 500 quest points.
I have 4.6 thousand. That's
You've been watching the channel too much. Thank you, A. Jimenez.
I'm
Appreciate
sorry.
it.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing as you got your gold there, I'm sure the other stuff can be split up differently.
Now, if GTK gifts one of the players, like Thorin, gold, I'm going to start smacking down some people real quick.
Damn it.
Okay, but what if XOXO starts doing the same thing? That's good, right? That would be okay.
Nah, it's like...
You don't seem to have thought this through very well when you set these up.
Well, I
Letting the
was
player-
hoping that the actual players would be honorable players.
Have you met us? You remember what happened in Che Guevara?
Oh, I do
Honorable?
totally remember what happened in Che Guevara. So, okay, back
And
to
we
the game.
still
What do you...
consider the 3 of us honorable?
So what do you do here?
If I'm looking around for some sort of thing to open it with, like a stone that juts out a bit too far, or some sort of like pressure thing or lever, would that be under set detect disarm traps or like? I don't know,
let's
detect
go.
unsafe path? Okay.
Let's go with that because it has to do with a
Alright.
locking mechanism, sort of a thing.
Yeah. Well, for this time, I actually made it. Barely, but I made
58. Okay.
Yep.
So you find a stone that looks out of place. That looks like it has little scrape marks in a semicircle pattern up and to the left. So it looks like there's this little stone that you can slide out of place, and when you do, there's a keyhole there.
Okay. Keyhole.
Interesting.
Well, do
Keyhole,
any of you
but
remember finding a key?
I do not.
We found one
we
in Sea
have.
of Thieves the other night. Not
No,
helpful.
that's very
that
helpful
quite
to us.
carries over.
I mean, I don't know. He's the DM. He gets to decide if it carries over.
Cross-dimensional key carriage.
It's not important. We can talk about it after the game. Let's see. I'm gonna go back down into the pit, search that body again, but this time I'm specifically looking for a key.
Okay. So you fasten the rope to the pit, or actually you have to drive it back into the floor because you said you took it out. You go through that whole
There
process.
still should be a hole there, so I'll just
Sure.
throw it in
Now
there.
it's a little less stable, so you want to be careful there. So
I was
give
gonna
me.
say you really want to.
I mean, I can drive it into the floor again.
I say
I'm
you
just
took it
totally
off.
effing with you. I'm totally effing with you.
Yeah, like
You've
if it's
got you've
just pulling in
got
one
stone
direction,
cutting
it
and
should
mining,
be.
so I'm
Yeah.
confident that you have the skill to do it. So you set up the pit and you set the rope. You climb back down into the pit. Give me a perception check plus. Add another +1 on there, so that should put you at what, +3 now?
I believe so, but give me 1 second here. I would like to look for something.
A. Jimenez says they cast open door.
Yeah. Let's see.
How many quest points is that?
It's been more than 10 minutes.
It's just a
Yeah,
Plus what now? You said so. It's an extra +1, so it's up to 3.
+3.
Okay.
D20 +3.
Nice.
So you don't see anything down here. Let me check one thing because I thought.
I was hoping that perception spell that I casted earlier would still be in effect, but you know.
The spell you cast days ago.
I don't think it's been days. We left, like.
Didn't he say that it was late? It was a couple days from.
Oh
town
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
Yeah. Right.
Honestly, we did it so fast in here. We didn't play out the nights, which is unusual. So I was like, cool. Yeah, it's instant.
Yeah, you know how it is. Once you've been somewhere before, you can just fast travel.
Yeah, exactly.
That
We
is
weren't in
how
a dungeon, and we weren't in combat. So yeah, we just appeared.
You cannot fast travel while there are enemies nearby.
Well, Deacon, you have while you don't have pick locks, you do have the ability to disarm traps, which is effectively like knowing how to disarm locking mechanisms and that type of thing. So you could take a shot at it with that.
Would I be at a disadvantage?
I'll give you a straight up roll. So in other words, like you wouldn't add any bonuses to it.
Okay. I don't think I would either normally for that. Oh yeah. I will try.
I thought somebody had like
Okay,
a knock spell.
No, that would be under the old spell system we used when we used the D&D cards.
Yeah.
Now you've switched it up and you gave me the Arcanum ones, so I don't have that because I'm only under the Divine College. But that does make it with a whopping 1%.
Hey.
Did you see the message in chat?
yeah.
So you made it? Thorin?
Yes, with 1% to spare.
Okay.
So that's like, what, 3 levels of success? If we're using
Still made it. Yeah. So you still made it. So it's a little difficult and you're worried about breaking your tools, but you eventually tickle the tumblers enough to feel the lock, the mechanism click into place, and then you hear the resounding thunk of the catch releasing, and the gate pops open with like a loud squeal, and it opens outward towards the corridor.
Okay. So we can go in now?
Yeah.
Alright, I will step in.
Okay.
Do I see the man over here?
You step in, And to your left and to your right are these little alcoves that are approximately 10 by 10, so 20 square feet. And on the wall of each of the alcoves are the gruesome and grisly remains of what you can only assume are torture victims.
So the guy on the upper one is not alive.
Not that you're aware of, unless you want to get up and close and make a check, see if he's breathing or anything.
You know what?
So-
I will do just that. I'm going to walk up and gently poke him with my sword. Not trying to stab him, just trying to like see if he's alive.
So, which one? The one on the one on the left? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the one up here, because he looks more fleshy than the quite obvious skeleton down there.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. That is. Let me make sure I'm in the right section. So, let me give you the flavor text just so the rest of you can kind of understand what you're looking at. This grim corridor is built of stones hewn from a dark blackish green stone that lends an eerie feel to the look and feeling of being at its threshold. That sounds like I didn't finish that sentence. It has 4 recessed alcoves that are 10 feet deep by 10 feet wide, and in each alcove hangs the long decayed remains of 4 prisoners of unknown origin. One that you're standing in front of appears to have been flayed. One appears to have been burned. One hacked to death. And one, unfortunately, looks like it had been chewed upon by the look upon the remains of the bones. So as you poke at the remains, Deacon, the skull falls off of it.
Alright, well, I wouldn't have
resounding
poked at it if you told
on the
me,
floor.
or if I had known earlier that they were all corpses. So. Damn it, I was going to use the name NPC quest point on him.
Yeah, I think, Adam, I think I put in one of the descriptions on one of the token actions, I actually used that phrase, so-and-so tickles the tumblers, and I didn't think anybody was actually going to, like, catch on from the player perspective. Alright, so what do you do,
Well,
Thorin?
I didn't want to say anything.
What do you do?
What do I do? I don't know.
What are you doing, Hassan, and what are you doing, Cal?
San is just walked up to one that Thorin wasn't poking, and he's going to kneel down and say a quick prayer for this poor tormented soul. And then
Okay.
and if Thorin is moving on, once he's finished, he's going to move over to the other side and repeat the process.
Could we cut them down from, because they're on the wall, right?
The remains are manacled, but they are, in some cases, it looks like they've been spiked also to the wall. So, yeah, you could, but, the bones probably would just collapse.
Okay. Never mind then.
Well, free pair of manacles.
Well, if you want to spend the time, busting the wall around it to get them out, you could, but they're quite old, they're rusted, covered in grime.
They are?
Yeah. I mean, they're iron, so they could be reworked and oiled and, steel wooled, but...
It's not quite worth the trouble.
Sure. I'm trying to see here... Again, I thought one of you had the ability to speak with dead.
I mean, that's a divine spell, but I'm pretty sure it's like quite a ways out of my level of spell casting.
Do you know what your spells are?
Oh yeah. I've got from what you told me, I have the divine spell set, which
Yeah,
goes
well, I've got it in your
from-
character. It's in Roll20 as a handout for you.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah, if you go under
I
handouts,
had the whole Arcanum page pulled up.
yeah, look at your
Codex-
spells that I put
Codex
in there
Magus,
because I've changed.
Magus.
Yes, I changed the spells a little bit because remember we don't use them directly from the Arcanum.
Okay, so I was
they
going
are-
off of what you sent me a while back because
Yeah,
you had just sent me the pages out of there and told me
right.
that I could pull.
Yep.
Okay.
That's okay for reference, but I started putting them in Roll20. Okay, I thought somebody maybe had Speak with the Dead, and I thought, like, Sarah, if you were gonna, do some sort of rites or whatever, or out of respect for them, that you were.
So do I have sorcery or divine magic?
I think I switched you to sorcery because
Oh, damn.
that's what it made sense for your character type. So, what do you do? Are you going to pull the remains down, or are you going to leave them here, or how's this going to go?
Here.
I'm gonna leave them alone. If they're gonna disintegrate, probably disintegrate by the time I get them laid out, then it doesn't make sense to lay them out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're like, mostly bone and tendon and quite desiccated. So, all right. So, what do you do from here? There's another iron gate on the opposite entryway of where you came in.
I am going to.
I'll give you a plus 10% on this one.
Yeah, since I found the other one, I should know what I'm
Yeah.
looking for.
So the locking
All right.
mechanism here is right on the gate itself.
Oh, okay, so I'm just picking it this time.
Yeah.
Well, I actually made that by quite a bit.
Okay. So again, you open the gate and it opens away from you towards this section of the corridor. And the corridor extends like another 20-25 feet or so into darkness, and you think you can see that it turns around the corner to the right. I'm sorry,
Okay.
to the left.
So you open the gate.
Yep.
Okay. Hassan, are you still doing prayers?
I don't know. Depends on how long it would have taken for the disarming traps, or opening the locks. But I think, let's say he's finished by now. Let's say I'm done.
Okay.
Also, one thing we didn't talk about that's important to know that I should tell you now before we go much further. The initial blows, like when Thorin fell into the pit, the first hit points you take do come off of fatigue. Then the carryover goes to your actual hit points. They come off your body. With 1 hour of rest, you gain all your fatigue points back. With a full night's sleep, you gain everything back. All your hit points, all your fatigue points. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
you're ever at the point where you want to regain, like if you exhaust yourself, you become fatigued from trying to muscle something open or lift a sarcophagus lid or whatever the case may be, you can rest for an hour and gain those fatigue points back. Okay, so what do? Do you proceed up the corridor here?
Yeah.
Yes.
I notice people are moving very slowly and cautiously. Okay, so as you round the corner, what you see ahead of you is another long corridor that stretches beyond your infravision. This one has smaller alcoves to the left and to the right of the wall, but still spaced symmetrically, and in each of those alcoves hang the remains of manacled prisoners. So,
Are any of these prisoners any less or any more uh than bones at this point?
no, they look like they've been here for a really long time. I mean, like, to the point where they've effectively everything has rotted on them and putrefied, and they're basically like where there's skin left, it's in tatters, but it's mostly bone, and it's probably literally tenuously being held together. The skeletal frames are being tenuously held together by the remains of like what would be tendons, but the tendons are no longer pliable. And like, Thorin showed pretty easily when he poked at the skeleton that the bones just collapse. These ones don't appear to be abused like the other ones if you're looking at them closely. However, it does look like they've been spiked to the walls. So in addition to being manacled, they have also been spiked into place in some areas of the body, almost like crucified.
Charming.
So Thorin, you make your way up the corridor, and then to your left, the corridor goes inward about 5, almost 10 feet, and ends at a heavy oaken door. And there are 2 torches on the outside of the door, inlaid in sconces. They're not lit. No, they're not lit. Incidentally, I just lit them up to make the maps easier to see a little bit, and I assume that you would probably light them, but you tell me yes or no. So,
Sure, I'll light them.
okay.
Well, I suppose I don't have anything out. I could have Hassan light them, since he's got a
So the door, it looks to be fairly substantial, made of solid oak, and it's iron barred, and the bars have studs protruding from the bands that go across the planks of wood that make up the door. And there's a small iron barred window set in the doorway as well. And then an iron lock plate just above a ring-shaped latching mechanism, a ring-shaped handle, also made of iron. And twisted and very, fancy for a basic lock or handle, actually. What do you do?
Well, I'm going to investigate this door. Is it locked?
Well, how do you investigate it? Tell me exactly what you're doing. Do you turn the handle?
Oh,
Do you push on it?
I will try to detect any traps. Obviously, it's a perfectly safe door, as I can tell.
It's absolutely to just dance your way into the room.
Yep. Real great. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna try and turn the lock, see if it's locked.
Okay.
Or turn the handle, see if it's locked.
You turn the handle, and much to your surprise, the door clicks and opens. It's a little creaky because, again, it's been in disuse or has not been in use for probably quite a long time. How long, you couldn't really say. But it does creak open with a little bit of pressure to open it.
Okay.
So give me a minute. I will...
Okay.
We'll remove the barrier here. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I have, looks like I'm having a bit of lag here. Give me just a minute. Oh man, what's going on? Thorn, I'm going to move your token back just for a moment here. I don't know if that's what's interrupting with this or not, but... Can you all still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right,
Loud
hang
and
on.
clear.
I've got to refresh this. This is... Clearly there's a problem here. This is another thing I read about the other night about the dynamic lighting bugging out on people. And anytime it wants to load now. Alright, I'm back in. Let's try this again. There we go, that worked. Okay. There we go. So you open the door and you see a room that's sparsely furnished with 2 rough beds, 2 footlockers, a desk with 3 chairs set around it, a weapons rack with some very old looking swords on it covered in cobwebs, and what looks like a key box of some sort hanging on the wall opposite the weapons rack. And that's what you can see from your vantage point until you step in a little further. So
Okay. Well, since the room is obviously 100% trap free, as I could tell, I will confidently step through the door
all right, move your
and
token
await
in.
whatever foul fate awaits me.
Okay, so as you move closer in, you can see that scattered on the desk there are various papers, logs, and writing implements.
Okay.
You know what look like. Well, I'll let you inspect it. I'll let you look around the room. So again, like there are a couple of. Let me pull this map down here into further view. On the right-hand wall, there's the weapons rack with the swords. On the left-hand wall, there looks like there's a storage box or a key box of some sort. 2 braziers in each of the opposite corners of the doorway that you're entering, to the left and to the right. And then there are clearly cots or beds in the far corners. And aside each one of those are footlockers. So what are you going to do? What are the rest of you doing in the meantime?
Well,
Nobody else objects. I would like to step up and take a look at what papers are up there
Okay.
on the table.
Investigate the table as well. That seems like the most
So
investigation worthy.
amongst the papers, you find logs, prisoner logs, of names hastily scribbled on a piece of paper that have like the prisoner names and their crime and their sentence. And not so ironically, all the sentences seem to be the same: death by execution. And then scrawled at the bottom of the page is a name. You see, hang on, give me just a minute, and I'll tell you what that name is. Give me one moment. Too good for my own sake. Okay, so you see all these papers, and like a lot of them, like I said, look like prisoner logs, right? Prisoner manifests that contain the prisoner name, crime, sentence, and then a signature at the bottom, and some sort of wax seal. And they're all signed Warden, Legate, Maximilian, Tullius, Benedictus. And the signature on them looks like it was... Well, give me a perception roll for whoever's looking at this. Also, start looking at your skills so that you know what skills and what spells you have, so that you can use the appropriate things to investigate these types of things.
While they're doing their rolls, I'm not looking at the table. I want to go look at the footlockers, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure thing.
Ooh.
So it looks like
okay.
both of us bombed the perception roll.
Yeah, so you don't really notice anything, but then again, you don't have anything really to compare any of this stuff to. But you know, as you're looking through the remains of the desk, you see other writings and other journals. You see supply lists. You see requisition lists. That some of them are written up by other guards, like other garrison troops, and that were signed by this Legate Benedictus. And then, you know, I mean, most of it is like what looks to be, you know, a warden's journal. Warden's not really journal, but notes, right? Like the comings and goings of people. And, you know, according to these rosters, these prisoner lists, it looks pretty grim. So, Cal, in the meantime, you're searching the chests?
Yep.
Okay. So, each one of them has a lock on it, but they appear to be open. And some of them, like one of the chests appears to be ajar, like it was left hastily open. The other one, until you get over there, you won't really know. But you're on the left side of the room. So
Yeah, yes.
Inside of that locker, you find a small, simple leather box containing a service medal awarded for 20 years of loyal service to the Crown of Andalusia. You find an ornate silver cloak pin in the form of a bull's head and a sword through a ring in its nose, which acts like a brooch clasp. The sword is actually a pin that you would put through the ring to fasten your cloak together. You find a set of clothing that look like they were a set of finery, and they were well tended to, but they're now moth-ridden and falling apart, but they're still very neatly folded. Consists of a shirt, a belt, a pair of trousers, and a pair of shoes. How deep are you searching? What else are you doing here?
I want to make sure that there's nothing else in this specific. You said footlocker, was it?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of just like looking until I find bottom.
Okay. Interesting that you say that. So give me a perception roll. Save versus perception. Don't forget to add any bonuses that you have to perception, and I think you have some high ones, don't you? Or am I...
Perception? No.
Okay.
I think it's just that. Fun.
That's still pretty high. So,
Yeah.
so you know, being an individual of your particular profession, shall we say, since you didn't really disclose what that was to the other players, and I don't want to spill those beans. You know, you're naturally suspicious of things, and so when you know the tricks of the trade, you know the cons, you know the ins and the outs and the what have yous. So you're kind of knocking about this thing, you know, I assume with your dagger, you're probably poking around, click, 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 click on the walls and on the bottom, and you hear like the satisfactory sound of a hollow bottom as your dagger hilt taps along the bottom. And clearly there's a false compartment here.
I start moving stuff out of the way if it's not already out of the way. I start moving stuff out of the way, like taking things and putting them on the floor if I can. They don't fall
Sure.
apart first.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's
so
unavoidable. They, you know, you feel your fingers go through them in pieces, but you're able to manage to get them out of there without them like completely disintegrating within the footlocker.
Okay. And then I start looking around for a way to open up this bottom. If there's like a seam or something where I can kind of fit in my dagger to pry it up, or a button on the outside or something like that.
Okay, so as you're feeling around the bottom, you're sort of like pressing and sliding, and you hit one area that clicks down, and with a resounding click, activates like a spring, and it pops the lid open, sort of like the hood of a car.
Cool. Wait, you said it pops the does it pop the bottom? My short-term memory is bad.
Yeah, the
it
bottom
pops
the bottom of the chest where you were
Okay.
pressing around and sort of like feeling around, you get to one end of it, and you depress a button that clicks, and a little spring pops the bottom of the chest up like the hood of a car.
Cool. I open up
The
bottom.
false bottom, I should say. Okay.
Yeah, I open
So-
up the false bottom.
All right, so inside of the false bottom, you find a small compartment that contains a journal that has the warden's initials embossed into the leather cover, and it looks like it's a personal journal where the warden kept notes. And if you give me a minute, I actually have the journal, and I will put that in your inventory. And you are welcome to keep it to yourself. You're welcome to share it with the other members. Okay, that should now be in your inventory for you to see.
It is.
In the meantime, Thorn and Hassan, what are you two doing? Let me say, Sarah, so you started with the chest on the left. Were you going to look at the other one too? Or
Yeah.
right now you seem to be engrossed in the journal. So are you...
I think I'm going to put the journal in my backpack for now, because I do want to go see what's in the other footlock. If there's
Okay.
anything.
Okay. So this is the one that's slightly ajar. And you open it up, and inside of there you find what looks like were, at the time, a new pair of hard leather knee-high boots. They still seem like they may be in serviceable order, but because they're so old, it's hard to tell, if the leather is dry rotted or not. You find some old letters to a soldier's paramour, basically love letters that are like in various states of decomposition because they've been read and reread and folded and unfolded and refolded. And you find a small coin pouch tucked away in the corner of a little pile of like silken material. And inside of that coin pouch, let me know when you're ready to jot this down.
I've got my pen.
You find 15 copper pieces, 20 silver pieces, and 3 gold pieces.
Ooh. I'm gonna do the same thing that I like I did for the other chest.
Okay.
and sort of search to see if there's anything else that the chest has hidden.
Yeah, so you do the same thing, and this one sounds pretty solid all through and through. So as far as you can tell, it doesn't look like there's any concealed compartments or anything.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go back over to the other two, to Thorn and Hassan. I'm gonna tell them. I'm gonna share with them the journal.
Okay. So I'm gonna put that in their inventories as well, so that they can see it. So you... Oh, wow. Is that a sub? Somebody just gifted a tier 1 sub. GTK gifted a tier 1 sub to AMNS. That's awesome. Thank you for the gift, GTK. Appreciate that. So I should probably do some social drops and stuff. So if you're tuning in for the first time, thanks for watching. We're Black Dragon Tavern. We do Dante's game, which is what we're playing tonight. We do this every other Friday from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. to midnight Central Time. And then every other Friday, we broadcast Fireside Chat, Battle Zone, which is like where we play tabletop card games, dice games, and that type of stuff. And then we also broadcast on Saturdays from our workbench, where we do model building, kit bashing, miniature painting, all that type of stuff. Mostly 40K minis and models, and fantasy models as well. You can check out our socials here in the chat. I just dropped a whole bunch of links. And we're going to jump right back into the game. So sit back and watch the show, and we hope you enjoy it. Okay, so you pull the journal out of your backpack and you show it to Thorin and Hassan. And tell them this is what you found in there, and it seems to be the warden's journal. And then you sort of flip through the pages. Thorin and Hassan, can you each give me save versus perception?
Ah, jeez.
Hey, I actually passed it this time, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you both do. So you're both looking at this journal, flipping through the pages, and then it occurs to you something's not quite right. So you slow down a little bit and you re-thumb through the pages, and you're looking at the writing in the journal, and then you look at the writing on the papers on the table, and then you flip back through the journal and you're looking like frantically for a signature. You're looking for that name again. Legate, Legate is his title, Warden Legate. He's like the leader of a legion. So Maximilian Tullius Benedictus, and you find it, and you find the signature there, and you look back at the papers on the table, and it occurs to you that the writing doesn't match. The writing that's in the journal doesn't match what's on these ledgers.
The handwriting, like the handwriting, the font?
Both the handwriting and the signature.
Intriguing.
You have a -2 on your perception? Sorry, I just realized that.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I thought you just like screwed up. I was gonna be like, do you want to re-roll that and like fix your bonus? But damn.
that's just how it is.
Yeah, so that's what you see. And then this handout that I just put in all of your inventory, you might want to read it. I'm not expecting you to stop right now in the middle of the game and read it, but it's got some pretty critical information in here that you may find useful. Definitely want to read it before the next session. We still have a little ways to go here. We're at about 10:36. So, on that note, does anybody need to take a break?
I actually do want to take a break for a second here. I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'm going to grab a drink.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a 15-minute pause, and then we can all, go get snacks and refresh ourselves and nature breaks and all that stuff. And
All right.
I'll put the break screen on, and then we will come back in just a few bit. Let me see if I still have it. Yes, I do. So if you're out there listening and watching, hang around. We're going to be back in just a little bit. We're going to take a 15-minute nature break, and then we will be back for the second part of Dante's game. See you in a minute. Thanks. Welcome back to the Black Dragon Tavern, everybody. Thank you for letting us take that little 15-minute nature break there. It was much needed. I don't know about y'all, but I went and got some snacks and a little piece of chocolate cake and some water, and I'm feeling fat and sassy now and ready to go. All right. So, where we left off was Cal just pulled out a journal from their backpack that they found in one of the footlockers in the warden's office here. And Hassan and Thorin were perceptive enough to notice that the writing in the journal and the signature don't match the writing and the signature on much of the paperwork on the table here, if not all, that is still legible to them. So that that looked a little sus, raised a little bit of suspicion there. They're not quite sure what's going on, but, it's something maybe to take note of. And you do have the journal in each of your inventories, so now you can read it at your leisure. But again, I do highly recommend reading that. It's got some critical information about the goings-on of the keep and stuff like that. So I'm going to leave it right there. I don't want to give you any other hints or secrets.
Before I forget, can I use detect magic on the pin and the metal that I found in the first chest?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Also, since I'm close enough to Thorin, would I also be able to detect magic on other stuff as well?
What does the spell description say?
If I remember correctly, it was 10 feet. Oh, wait, nope. By sight. Never mind. Well, I still want to do it on the pin and the metal.
I want to see why you said never mind. I'm going to open up your...
Well, it says allows the caster to detect the presence of magic by sight. And if I remember correctly, Thorin put away the stuff from the...
Yeah.
I will say, just so you know, if you were going to do that, you would be struggling to figure out what you're detecting magic from, because I do have a couple other things that are magic.
Yeah.
This is true. Like you might detect that
I am magic, so you might just detect like a magical aura off of me, although I'm not sure if that's how that works.
Well, that's a good question. That's a really excellent question. No player has ever raised with me before, and it brings up a good point. For each of you that may or may not have spellcasting abilities, because again, I don't know who's introduced which skills to which player. I don't want to spoil that. For each of you who may have spellcasting abilities, I do not know if you radiate the aura of magic. You may or may not. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to consult with some other D&D players as well, because I don't know if that was covered in any of the PHPs or DMs.
It depends on what the magic is.
Well, okay, so
magic.
a couple things. One, remember, we're not playing D&D. We use some of it as the basis. We primarily use another system called Arcanum, and that's where the homebrew portion comes in. Plus, I've modified things a little bit so that they're more playable. But where the interesting, I guess, dilemma is with the spell Detect Magic. It says allows a caster to detect the presence of magic by sight. Ranges up to 10 feet in duration is 1 minute. Excuse me, and that's the normal spell. It's non-variable. It's up to 10 feet, lasts 1 minute. And typically, the way traditional detect magic spells are, you detect the aura of magic somewhere within the room, and you just sort of like Deacon said, you're almost like a Geiger counter. Your body and your intuition sort of tune you into where that area is. Some spells are described as seeing the aura of magic, and it may radiate another color. So, these are the kind of things that, like, as we refine the game, I could always change. I can modify. I'm not, this is not set in stone. So if we decide as a group, like, hey, it would be more helpful if this spell did these things so that we sort of know if we're just talking the general aura of magic in the area or if there's an object, that specifically has magic. So that's something I'm happy
I
to...
think that's I think from what I remember from an earlier campaign, at least the way you described it then, was like at lower levels, detect magic is like you said, it's just like is it over here, is it over there? But then when you cast it at higher levels, or when you bring it to like a mage or somebody to have it identified, and they cast it at like a much higher level, then
It tells you the nature of the magic, the college of
yeah.
magic, or whatever, the purpose or the use or whatever. Yeah, and in some cases, like if you pay enough to do magical research on an object, you can find out things as like how many charges are left in it if it's a wand, or what spells are stored if it's a ring of spell storage, and so on and so forth. So
Okay.
the reason I keep looking
gonna-
back and forth is I've got 3 monitors, and I can see you all on the extreme opposites. I can see you in Discord on my right, and I can see you in Roll20 on my left, and the camera's right in the middle. So that's why I keep bouncing back and forth in case you're wondering, what the hell is he looking at? But it's cool. It's almost like I'm looking at people at a table. I could do this. I could do this. Okay, I see that just went over everybody's heads. All right, let's move along. Come on, people, help me out here. I'm failing as a stand-up DM. Okay, so you could attempt it. You could, the results may vary. I mean, keep in mind you have a limited number of spells per day that you can cast.
Okay. Then I might just say, nah, who cares? Because the pin is still cool. I guess I just put them back in my backpack then.
Okay. Don't let that discourage you. I don't want to discourage you from using your spells just because you have a limited number per day. But, like if you're planning...
You know what you should do? You should gather up every item in the dungeon, lay it out in front of you, and then just go over it in one sweeping pass.
Well, I was thinking
Sure,
because of where we're
That's
at.
a great idea.
Because of where we're at, I don't want to use a spell on something that it's a hit or miss either way. But I'd rather keep my spells for just in case.
Sure. Understandable. Totally understandable. That applies to anyone who may have spell casting abilities. So I'm just reminding folks.
I did not hear that.
Well, we talked about that during character creation, because each of you as a spellcaster has a limit to the number of spells you can cast per day based on your level. And it's 2 known spells at first level plus 1 for each level that you gain. So if you're a 3rd level character, you can cast up to 3 spells per day. No. If you're a 3rd level character, you can cast up to 4 spells per day. It's 2 at 1st level, 1 more at 2nd level, 1 more at 4th level, or 3rd level, if that makes sense. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you all do? You're in this room now.
I actually have a question.
Okay. Were you going to ask it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm
Are you
I'm typing it.
well?
Oh, I see. Okay,
Griffin,
you're gonna send a message. Okay.
Yeah.
um, I read the journal. Um, is can we look at the paper? Can I look at the papers on the table?
Never
The
mind.
ledgers.
Never mind. No, that would.
Yeah, absolutely, Cal. They're laid
Okay.
out,
Yeah.
strewn across the desk, in no particular order.
I'm looking for the ones with the signatures of the warden, and I'm trying to see if there's dates on them.
Um,
Right. Yeah, because we've got.
there don't seem to be dates on any of the papers that are there that seem to be associated with the handling of prisoners or the intake of prisoners or the release. That's one thing you don't see is you don't really see any release orders. You just see intake manifests and lists of names.
So
You
since
did
they're
say that most of the intake forms listed execution.
Now I have a quick question.
Hold on, one at a time. Cal started, so let me handle their questions first.
okay, you also said that there was ledgers on like equipment and goods moving in as well, or moving in or out.
Yes,
So can I check those as well, since those would also
absolutely.
have signatures on them?
Yeah, so what you're looking for signatures specifically, or were you looking for dates as
Uh,
well?
I'm looking for the signatures that don't line up with the journal writing, and then if when there's that, I want to see what the date is on that.
Okay. Okay, so that's pretty clever. So yeah, so you find some papers scattered underneath and in some of the drawers of the desk. I assume you're looking around there too. I know I didn't say there were
Yeah.
drawers, but there are. And you find things that seem to well, give me a roll, give me a save versus perception.
Versus perception.
That's pretty darn good. So you notice pretty quickly that, like, amongst the things that are tucked away and filed in the drawers, they're more in line with the style of the journal from a couple different perspectives. The writing matches, the signature matches, and they're much more orderly, and they're dated, and they're organized by date. Whereas the papers that are on top of the desk seem to be sort of like, again, the best way I could describe it is maybe hastily written laundry lists of alleged prisoner names, their crimes, and their sentence with a hastily scribbled signature at the bottom.
Interesting.
Okay. I start carefully pulling out I make room for it on the table, but I start carefully pulling out those papers, trying not to mess up any order that I see that there is, so
Okay.
that everyone else can read them as well. And when I see that, is there any like specific date cutoff on those papers that were inside of the desk?
Well, probably. Excuse me. Probably around the time when the last journal entry was made in that journal.
Janka?
Yeah,
How do you
yeah,
say it? Yanka?
Janka, yeah.
Okay.
I have a bold statement to make. I don't think that
J'accuse.
yeah, I don't think that the papers on the table. I think they were written after the warden was imprisoned. They might say warden they might say
Benedictus,
name.
yeah.
Yeah,
Gordon Leggett
but
Maximilian Tullius Benedictus.
they might say his name, but I don't think he wrote that.
I would have to agree with you there.
And
I've known
really,
out of game,
something.
real quick, out of game. I forgot his name. What's this dude's name? Captain Antilles in
Yes.
Andalusia?
Yeah.
Okay. I've known Captain Antilles, the head of the guard in Andalusia, for quite some time, and, well, he's good kind, and I don't think that anybody in this whole system would do things this way. Not now and not in the past. So I would have to agree with you there.
You seem awfully confident about the actions of the past. I would personally not be so hasty to make such sweeping statements, but
Well, I'm
I,
not saying it's entirely true. I just say I've more reason to believe that, well, I've more reason to believe this than I do to believe that they have tortured and killed all of these people.
Well, if you go to the
you don't
last,
believe the evidence of the very clearly tortured and dead bodies we have passed.
if you go to
As
the
a
very
matter,
last,
hold on. Sorry. Real quick, how long ago was all of this have supposed to happen?
The events that happened here in the castle? Oh,
Yes.
these were, let me go back to the notes because Lewis actually talked about that.
Yeah.
Back to chapter 3.
Every time that you go to look something up in there, I always want to sing the what is it, like the Jeopardy song,
Oh, dude.
like the waiting noise, but I
Yeah.
always don't because it's copyrighted.
It's fair use.
what
Sadly, I
It's
don't
a
think that would
parody.
fall under it. Yes,
It's a parody.
it's a parody.
So this would have been like almost 3 centuries ago.
Okay,
Because it took place
That-
before the Great War Below.
that's great. That is all I need to know. I will tell San. As a matter of fact, I do not believe the evidence of the bodies out before my eyes. You don't think after 3 centuries that these would have decomposed at all? I mean, that one's still got meat on it.
Well, let me pause right here. It
Okay.
actually doesn't. The ones that
great,
were
awesome.
they were all desiccated. They were all pretty like withered
Okay.
and tattered and had been here for a while. But it's hard to tell. Like in 3 centuries, they could have been here from the start. They could have been in here 100 years ago, and they would still be in the condition
Yeah.
that they're in now. So
All right, that's a good point.
I would like to point out, when you go to the very last entry in the journal, the warden, or at least the journaler, implies that the king and said journaler never subjected any prisoners guilty against, quote, the king never subjected any prisoners guilty of crimes against the state to such barbaric practices. And when you scroll up into the first two actually entries in the journal, the sentencing is 3 years, 3 years, and 3 weeks. And then the second one says that one was exiled, one returned to their homeland, and the third was given a very harsh warning.
he was a
Which means
naughty boy.
that- Yeah. Which means that the journaler, at least, states that and backs up that these bodies don't seem to belong to the true warden, if we believe that it is the true warden who wrote.
Cal makes a good point.
Hmm.
I'd also point out he had 2 guards clean up the empty cells. So, from what we can see here, none of these cells look empty. Not by a long shot. Though, I suppose they could have easily been filled.
I also want to point out that the stories that we were given, those were just legends. They did not have fact to back them up. When you read this journal, this seems like we've collected at least a little bit of evidence to back up these legends.
Indeed.
Well, to back up some parts of the legends, we know that this was a prison, but
Yeah, I think you meant to refute the legends, because the legends say that he was a cruel and torturous
Oh, yeah, sorry.
individual, and the journal sort of refutes that.
well, we found, and this is the annoying part, is we found parts to back up both. We
Indeed.
found all the bodies.
What else does it say in the journal?
It
Now
seems that
I'm metagaming as DM.
Well, it says that a couple of the guards seem to have had their uniforms stolen. Now, I can't speak for anything in stone here, and this is going on quite a limb, but who knows? Could have pretended to be guards to spread all manner of rumor.
Indeed. Indeed.
it also says
Clearly,
He's
there's
being,
more of the history of this place than is contained either in the legends or in this journal.
it's true. And I suppose the only way to figure that out is to keep going. Although one thing here is, he says that him and his majesty are to be imprisoned within the Tower Keep. So,
this is true.
perhaps the
which-
further down we go, the more we may uncover.
I mean,
So,
it would explain.
I say instead of jumping to conclusions now, we go on, see what we can find.
Before we move on, I want to point out that the journaler also says something about this diplomat that I find rather strange. Quote, he merely smiled at me, put his hands up in the air, palms up, and leaned on the tip of my sword. Not a word, not a drop of blood. Then he turned around and walked out. That is particularly troubling.
Hey, it is.
And I feel like that's something we should watch out for.
Indeed.
Nothing a good silvered blade can't handle.
Clearly, at least some aspects of the story and the sinister nature of this diplomat are not exaggerated.
Yes. Well, say we continue on from here.
Hold on one second. Back to the first entry in the journal. It says that His Majesty releases the prisoners once they've served their sentence.
Aye. In that present, there are only 3 to account for. Now, I've always been known as a fighter and not a scholar, but by my count, there are far more than 3 bodies in here.
That there are,
And the journal
and
never
in far
accounts.
worse condition than in anything contained in this journal can account for.
I believe
Right.
Cal had a point that they were about to make. Nobody new has been recorded since then. What do you
And it
say we
doesn't
move
look
on?
like it doesn't look like His Majesty, well, His former Majesty, I think, it doesn't look like he it doesn't look like he doesn't seem to get new, as he calls them, guests, during his birthday. But the two of the people were guilty of smuggling or colluding to steal state secret, which is suspicious as well.
Yes. See, Hassan, isn't this something worth coming back for? Unraveling some sort of great state secret conspiracy?
Political intrigue.
If you
Okay,
don't
so
mind,
you find some pretty interesting facts and what you believe to be evidence in this journal, this warden's journal, that seems to contradict with some of the paperwork that's out on the table here in the warden's keep, the warden's quarters. I guess that's the more appropriate title for it, the warden's quarters. And obviously, based on the visual evidence you've seen on the way in here, you know, something's not adding up. So where do you go from here?
Before we head out, I would like to pull out that circlet that I found earlier, and I would like to take a look at that. Just give it a real close look, see if there are any engravings, see if I can determine who it might have belonged to. That's a weird collection of stuff to have in a body.
Okay. Sure. How are you going to do that?
Well, I will pick it up and I will hold it in my...
Do you have arcane lore? Do you have any spells that can help you?
I was just going to say, like, I was going to pick it up and look at it, see if it had any engravings or anything.
Oh, okay, so you're just going to visually inspect it. Yeah. It does have some, what looks appear to be... Let me look at your character sheet real quick, because this is one thing I can't remember. Do you speak Elvish? Elvish Presley?
I might. I don't even know where my languages are on here. This, the World 20 thing is laid out weird.
Yeah, that's because I can't do a genuine character sheet, so I've got to do it all in the bio. Yeah. Let me take a look here. I've got your original character sheet for Thorn. You do know Elven.
Wonderful.
You know thieves can't, and you know Goblin as well.
Goblin! Ooh, I'm a little goblin. I carry a sword. I sneak around the dungeon. Alright, so it's Elvish. It's some sort of Elvish. What does it say? Does it talk about, like, one circlet to...
It's some sort of Elvish. You can't read it?
Yeah.
It's, so it's basically, it's like, as most things written in Elven are, it's poetic, and it hints at this. Elves. I'll tell you. I'll whisper it to you in chat. So this is like essentially what it hints at in like a very poetic form of Elven prose.
All right. Interesting.
Okay.
Thorin, what do you make? What is that you are examining there?
This is a circlet. It was on the body that was down in the pit.
And also, I'm going to bring this up because this was brought up earlier, and it's pretty apparent, but you do have a half elf in your midst as well.
Yes. Oh, I know, but if I wanted something that I could read and share with the party, I would have brought it to them.
Oh, okay.
I
I
would have
see.
had to hold it in front of them. I don't trust them holding it. So,
Okay. All right. Let's get the show on the road. So, what do you all do? So you've gathered up some information about certain things about this place. Something happened sometime in the past. That much we know. Where do you go from here? What are you gonna do?
oh, we should press on out of the into the rest of the keep.
All right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Set your marching order. Move your tokens. And then let me pull up roll 20 here.
Wonderful.
So
More
the corridor
corpses.
goes down and comes to a bend where it turns off to the left. Now hold up, Thorn. Move about 30 feet at a time. Let your travel companions catch up, because I'm assuming that you're not cooking that fast through the dungeon, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
So again, let's go back and revisit what I mentioned earlier. Tell me what everybody's doing. Is anybody actively moving stealthy? Simple yes or no will suffice.
No.
Yes.
Okay. So that means Hassan at the very least has to move at half speed. So then 15 feet each time I say move your tokens. And then just pause. And if something happens, if there's something that comes up, I will tell you halt. And when I say halt or stop or hold up, all of you stop moving. Is anybody actively searching for traps or anything as you're moving?
Just in the hallway in general, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I think I'm matching pace with Hassan, but I'm not moving rather stealthily. I'm just kind of like still preoccupied with thinking about the journal.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I just need to know because if one party member gets way ahead of the party and things happen, I have to figure out how it impacts the others and that's where we have to be careful about metagaming. You're like, oh well, I would have grabbed him or I would have grabbed them before they, and before this. So we just need to, Okay, so you make your way around the corner. And again, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to gatekeep your movement or cattle car you. I want it. I set it up so you're absolutely free to explore, but think of it in terms of just because the map's here doesn't mean you want to go booking down the hallway. So again, you see another gallery of corpses that have been spiked to the walls here. They pretty much look the same as the others. I don't know if you're inspecting these any closer now based on the evidence you just read, or if you're going to keep moving, pressing ahead. There is a gate that you see at the end of the corridor
I'll keep
here.
pressing ahead.
Okay.
Do I see any sort of locking mechanism on here?
Yep. Right on the gate.
Same style?
Same style.
Am I rolling with a bonus still?
If you need to.
What do you mean if I need to?
Well, so should we revisit what you observed in the warden's quarters?
No, we don't have. Yes. Well, first of all, before we even get to that, I wanted to check it for traps. Just to make sure it's safe first. Yes, the gate.
Sure. Give me a roll. Give me a detect.
55. That would make it under my normal circumstances.
Okay. It does not appear to be trapped. It appears to be like a normal jail cell door sort of a thing. Bars that open up on hinges towards the opposite way of where you're at.
Look over here.
Yeah, we could call it like right hinged.
All right.
Hassan and Cal, give me save versus perceptions. at a +1 in addition to any other bonuses that you may have.
Wait, what did I just click? I don't know what that is. Disregard that.
You rolled a DF.
The dice fail.
Okay, so you just made it, and I'm waiting. Oh, Callie, you rolled as well too. Okay.
I already did, yeah.
So Hassan, you get here and you sort of like. You seem to remember. Wait a minute! Didn't we see a key box in the warden's quarters? The thought occurs to you.
Warden's quarters, I believe, would have had keys. I assume they would be used to unlock the gates of this place. We would.
That would make sense.
So does one of you want to go back and check?
I can run back and check. Oops.
Okay. So you have a brisk jog back to the warden's quarters, and you walk in. You take a look around the room again, and sure enough, now that you've re-entered the room, your memory comes back to, oh yes, I do remember seeing this box over here on the left-hand side of the room, opposite of the weapons rack. And it is indeed a key box. It's a little cabinet hung on the wall with two doors. The doors have like a cross-hatched grate over the top of them, and through the grate you can see a bunch of keys that are hanging there. And are you opening up the doors to inspect it, Thorn?
I'm gonna check for traps around those. Nope, it's completely and totally safe. Nothing in this area could even be trapped. I open them.
Okay, so nothing happens. They creak slightly on their hinges, and yes,
just like I said.
And there are various keys of different shapes and sizes. Some are individual, but then there's one ring that has like multiple keys on it. So what do you do?
I'll take all of the keys, every single one.
Okay, so you take probably maybe close to a dozen keys total.
Nice.
All right, and I assume you make your way back down the hall towards the jail cell door.
Yep. No, I actually have to go a long way back with the token. I'm just gonna move myself there if you don't mind, rather than doing it 30 at a time.
So as you approach this gate and you peer through, partially because of your low light vision, your infravision, and partially because of the lantern light from Hassan's lantern, you see. I'll tell you what. Is everybody else approaching the gate too, or are you all hanging back like you are?
I'm approaching the gate.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you see what looks like the makings of a torture room through the gate. And Thorin, I assume you're going to fumble with keys till you find the one that unlocks the gate. Okay. So you find one that unlocks the gate after fumbling through a couple of them. Gate swings open.
All right.
And I believe, you should be able to move your token in there. Opposite of this room is another iron gate, and let me get to the description of where you're at. Okay. So, you enter this grim room that looks like a torture chamber. The room is lit by a pair of torches placed in sconces on the left wall that flank a large wooden cabinet of some sort. A pile of bones is scattered about in one corner of the room, and next to it, in the center of the right wall, is a rack with the skeletal remains of some poor victim. A table with what appear to be blood-caked torturer's tools is in the far left corner of the room, and a pair of rusted manacles are tossed on the floor in front of the table.
Yum.
I would like. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to use my spring out spike that without the spike part, and just kind of poke around to the bone.
Okay.
Take
I
poke
would like
bone.
to investigate this wardrobe down here.
Okay. So tell me, describe to me. Okay, so Cal, you're poking about in the bone pile. Give me a D20.
Just a straight up.
Yeah, give me a save versus perception.
Oh, versus perception. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. It's a D20. I was just thinking of something different here. Okay.
I would have made it anyway with my bonuses and
So
everything.
you're poking about the bones, and you don't really. I mean, it's a pile of bones, but as you're stirring them around and looking at them a little bit, like there's just something funny about the bones themselves that doesn't sit quite well with your quite right. But you can't quite put your finger on it. It's like you feel like you kind of have an idea, but you keep telling yourself like, no, that would be too obvious. But you have this feeling. I'm gonna send you the message and tell you what you think. Okay, Thorin, in the meantime, you headed over towards this cabinet.
Mhm.
Describe to me what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Well, I would like to open the cabinet and look inside.
Okay, this is a wardrobe, and hanging inside of the wardrobe are several aprons and robes. Some of them are covered in blood stains and spots, patterns of blood and whatnot. Give me. Do you have uncanny perception?
Uncanny perception? No, I don't believe I do.
Did somebody have that as a trait of their character?
Oh, no, I do have that.
Okay, and what does that confer?
Oh, that's just a permanent +1 to my save.
Okay,
Wait,
so
hold on.
so
Hold on. Let me double check that. That is already applied when
okay,
I've been making my rolls. Because I
okay,
have a 15, so...
okay. So go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Flash roll. Oops. Flash roll. Nice.
So that's pretty critical. That's pretty high. So you're looking around, and there's something about these aprons and robes that don't seem quite right to you. Like they're almost too neat. Like the blood stains here are.
They look placed almost.
What's that?
Do they almost look like placed? Like somebody's dripped blood on them?
Yeah, they don't have the look you know from battle. You know the look of a blood splatter pattern, and these look a little too well placed to be random or have been caused due to actual use.
Hmm.
And then
Anything else in there?
Well, let me see. How are you searching? Tell me.
Well, I will start off by taking just a general look at the thing without touching anything. I'll just kind of, take in what I can observe naturally. Then I will start moving stuff around pretty gently, trying to keep stuff fairly close to where it's at, and just try to see what I can see.
Okay.
Pick things up, look at them.
So there's
I'm not a
not.
detective.
Yeah, so there's not a whole lot here. Like, it's mostly, like I said, these aprons and these robes. There may be some tools, like some makeshift torture tools on the bottom of the bottom shelf of the cabinet. But again, as you're looking at them, they have an unusual look to them, and the tools of the trade, and they don't quite look
Oh,
right.
very well.
And as you're looking at them, you take a gander over at the table itself, and like the tools that are on the table. Now that you look at them and you look at the stuff in the bottom of the cabinet, look more like an assortment, like a random assortment of woodworking tools, and they
Yeah,
appear to.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, I recognize a saw, a chisel.
Well, I mean, a
Looks like
saw
a
could be used
file.
for torture, but like the closer you look
A,
at these
a
things,
chisel, a file.
right, they look a little more, like they're
Yeah.
not so much torture tools as they are just some random collection of tools that were put here and possibly disguised or covered in blood to look like torture tools.
Yeah.
Um,
Nobody
and
objects. I would like to examine the body. Oh, sorry.
well, give me another. Give me. Oh, where's your character sheet? And then Hassan, I'm coming around to you in just a moment.
All right.
Give me a save versus wisdom, Thorin.
I can't remember the last time I used that, and that scares me because I am not very wise. My point stands.
Okay.
Yep.
Um.
That's about it.
Oh, you're inspecting the body now. You moved over there.
Oh, I guess. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you moved.
Should
I thought you
I
were
move
still.
back?
No, it's okay. You declared it. I thought you were still at the cabinet, but that's fine. Yeah, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary over here.
Okay. Can I take a look at the body to see? It's kind of like it is on the map, right? It's just a skeleton at this point.
Yep.
Okay, can I take a look to see or can I look for markings on the bone that might kind of match up with the tools?
With the tools that are on the table.
Yeah.
Sure.
That perception
Yeah.
should make it, but
Okay.
just barely.
So you're no forensics pathologist, but you do know what the look of the bite of a sword looks like, or other such various implements of torture, and the marks that they leave on bones when used appropriately. And even though you got a low roll on your perception roll, on first glance, like, you don't really notice anything on this skeleton that hints that it was subjected to any sort of form of torture. In fact, like, as you're looking at it around the manacles and everything, where normally there would be grooves down to the bone from a victim being stretched, and the manacles tearing into their flesh and lacerating their bones. You don't even see that on the skeleton. And with that, let me hop over to Hassan and ask, what are you doing, Hassan?
Um, not sure, honestly. Sorry.
It's all right.
Can I
Uh,
can I call Hassan over? I want to have
Sure.
him take a second look at these bones,
okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That be perception?
Yeah, yeah. Give me a save versus perception.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, are you just looking for Hassan's gut reaction, or are you going to share?
I turn to Hassan and I say, I don't I don't know if these are human. These look weird to me. I can't put my finger on it.
Hmm.
I was looking for a second opinion to see if, I don't see if I was crazy.
So, as you're poking around the pile, Hassan, you kind of get the same feeling as well. Like they look like they've just been randomly placed here. They don't appear to be like other human remains that you may have seen in like an anatomy class, or matching at least some of the skeletal components that you've seen here in these, halls of horror. And you too kind of get the feeling like maybe these aren't human bones. Maybe these are just random piles of things that were thrown here.
Hmm.
And as you look around, like, you also get the feeling that the general state of the room is a little too tidy to be a torture chamber. Like, you can't quite place it, but you feel like there almost aren't enough blood spatters and stains of, caked blood on the floor, signs of claw marks on the tables around the stone, from victims trying to escape. It looks a little staged, if you were to characterize it.
Hmm. Range.
I would like to go to the wardrobe, just go over to the wardrobe and also take a look. I'm specifically like tapping around to see if there's any sort of hidden areas in it, or the cabinet, I guess.
Okay. Give me, I think save versus perception is probably the most appropriate thing for your character, because I don't know, I haven't memorized your skills yet.
Well, they're doing that while they're
Oh.
rolling. Can I ask what this is over here? Those just like loose rocks on the ground?
Yeah, it's just debris. It looks like,
Alright.
in fact, as you inspect it,
Oh, hold on. You can tell them their thing first, since they already started.
okay, well, they rolled a 10, so you're tapping around. Things sound fairly solid to you. Like there's nothing that jumps out at you immediately as being suspicious, but it is pretty cluttered. So, you can move things out, you can move things around, but
Yeah,
on first pass, you don't really seem to notice anything, or nothing
Okay.
seems to be out of the ordinary.
Can I start moving things out while you go back to talking about the debris with Thorin?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So the debris in that corner looks a little out of place. It looks like maybe there was something here set into the in the corner that was like busted and maybe moved because of the pattern of scrape marks and the debris left behind. And as you look at it closer, the trail sort of, it's like a comet. Like the biggest bulk of it is in the corner, but there's a tail that peels off and curves sort of like
that, yeah.
toward the center of the room, and then sort of like, just crumbles off into like little tiny bits. And the stone, again, it appears
I would
it's
like to do. Would this be detect unsafe passages or mining and stone cutting?
well,
Which
probably
one of those would
your stonework kind of a thing. Like with the mining and stone cutting, you could identify it.
4%.
So yeah, that's almost a critical success. So you look at it and like immediately you recognize as soon as you squat down and pick up a piece, you're like, clearly this is like what's the word?
Failed?
No, it's marble. And
Marble.
it doesn't fit any of the walls. It doesn't fit the stone on the walls. It doesn't fit the stone on the ceiling or on the floor. And the closer that you're looking at it, you can see that the trail does sort of trail off behind you towards the center of the room. Sort of kind of towards the cabinet.
I would like to go over to this pile, look at it. Is it the same stone? Is it the same type of stone?
It is indeed the same type of stone. And it displays much of the same characteristics in terms of the spread of the debris as the other one does.
I see.
So while you're sussing on that, Cal, what are you doing?
I was
You've
taking stuff out of the wardrobe to see if
Okay.
I could get a better look inside.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I assume you're doing the same thing. You're knocking about and everything.
Yep.
You tapping with your, what is it, your spring out spike?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a perception. Hold on a second before you do that. Let me look at your sheet real quick. So you have a +2. I'll add a +1 on there now because you've cleared the space out, so you can get a clearer look at everything. So give
it's
me
a
a perception
+3?
+3. Yep.
I don't like this dice. I can't put it in dice jail even.
You can't.
That's the second time you've rolled a 3 and added a 3 to it, huh?
Let's
Yeah,
see.
I don't
Who's
like
near
it.
you? Thorin is 10 feet away from you. Thorin, give me a save versus perception
Alright.
with any of whatever bonuses you have.
That will pass.
So, something catches your ear. Cal's tapping around on the inside of this wardrobe. And you are in the mindset now, because you're inspecting this stonework. You're in the mindset of like a classic dwarf thinking of stonework and passages and,
The
you know,
clicking of a pickaxe on the stone. And,
right, and then you know the sounds of tapping very well against stone walls and other things, and you know the sound of a hollow,
Yes.
the hollow knock, and you hear that as they're clicking on the back of this cabinet, and it catches your attention.
And did they not notice it?
They did not.
Okay, I will kind of pop my head up. I don't know, I'll sit up like I'm surprised, and I'll say, whatever you're knocking on there in that cabinet, that's hollow. I'd know that sound anywhere.
I kind of give Thorin a quizzical look. But I go back to tapping on that section Um, there's probably no way I found anything, like, button-wise in this cabinet. Did I?
Not the first two times. You got one more time, and then that's it. You're tapped out. So if you want to take one
Okay,
more
yeah.
attempt,
I
and
really-
then you're like, looks good to me.
Although, can I
This is-
tap? Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, getting like tapped out from a roll, that's if you're looking for like a button or something, that's not like, okay, you can't use this skill for an hour. That's just you can't look anymore on that area.
Okay. I was gonna say,
It,
can
it
I?
means
I'm
you've
asking.
you've
Okay.
exhausted like your capabilities. Right now she doesn't I'm sorry, they don't have the skill. Like, let me pull up the character sheet here. Um I'm not going to read you their skills because that's their private stuff. But they don't have the professional thieving skill, like detect anything. So they're going strictly based off of perception right now, and they have a pretty good. I mean, it's not like outstanding, but they have a good bonus to their perception. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's a really good bonus for what their current score is. And again, I'm not going to share that with you because that's their business. But what they're trying to do is
Sarah, on a scale
in
of 1
line.
to 18, how does your perception feel?
I believe it. I believe it lies at a scale of none of your business.
What they're doing is perfectly in line with the nature of their character, their profession.
Okay.
So they would be naturally suspicious. So they're going based on a hunch and nothing
Yeah.
more. You know, the hunch
Can-
plus this little bonus that they have for the perception.
Can I tap, like where I'm tapping? Can I tap a foot to the, like, either left or right away from? Maybe not a foot. Can I tap at like one end of the cabinet and then come back to where I'm tapping again to see if the sound changes, or would that be the
You
same thing?
you can do whatever makes your heart happy, however you want to try it. What it comes down to is like you're doing a number of different things, and this is just representational. As dumb as it may be, the role is representational of the success or failure of the attempt that you're making. So you have tried twice now. Even with an additional +1, you failed twice. So there's not a lot more I can do to increase the chances of you finding it, because it's getting difficult for you to discern the difference between what it sounds like here and what it sounds like there.
Okay.
It could be any number of things. You could be slightly put off by the stuff that's around you because it doesn't feel right. It should make you creeped out, but it's not feeling right. So that's setting your whole senses off.
Okay.
So
Then I think I'm gonna take a step back then, since Thorin seems to have moved over here. I'm gonna take a step back because,
okay.
yeah.
I'm going to use set detect disarm traps to try and look for any
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you there, just because like I don't want to leave Hassan bored in the back.
Okay.
So just
Fair
let me
enough,
find
fair
out. So what are you doing, Hassan?
Went over to the table of implements and was looking them over. And just
Okay.
doing a general like sweep of the room, looking for other things that don't add up.
Okay. Let me take a look at something
Thorin
right here.
already looked at the table, but I'm not sure if he said anything. So
I'm taking a look at one thing here. All right, I'm going to send you a little message here.
Okay.
Okay. So while Hassan is doing what Hassan does, let's give him a moment here. This goes back to what I was referring to earlier about just making sure you're checking everything, like your skills, your abilities, your spells. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I totally overlooked that. Okay. All right. That's totally my bad. I thought maybe the second thing in there might be helpful, but I see what the requirement is. Okay, so let's go back to Thorin. Thorin, what are you doing?
I would like to do set detect disarm traps inside of a cabinet to try, or inside of the wardrobe to try and look for whatever might be able to deal with that hollowness. You know,
Okay.
any sort of button, lever, pressure plate, whatever.
Okay.
63. I am not sure if that makes it or not. I have a base of 60%, but I have a base. No, it doesn't. That doesn't get it. Shoot.
I hate doing this stuff after the fact, but because your perception did pick up that there was something suspicious about it, I could say retroactively we could give you a plus 10% on that roll, which means you would have made it. Because that's what drew you there to begin with.
Normally, I would not pass up something like that, but I did already know going into this role that I went over because I heard that and I was looking for that. So I don't know.
Well, that's my point. Is like rethinking this. I should have said right off the gate, I'll give you a plus 10% because your perception did catch that sound, and you would know that sound. So let's call it. Let's nudge nudge wink wink. We'll say you made it.
Okay.
So you tap around. You're using that echolocation, that sort of dwarven bat echolocation, and you do detect that there is a hollow sound coming from behind the wardrobe. And as you're looking around, you do find one of the hinges on. There's like a shelf. The door opens up, right? The doors open up to the wardrobe. There's a flat shelf that's fixed. There's a big open space. There's a rod where the aprons were hanging, and then there's a shelf above the rod. And as you're looking at it, it looks like one of the hinges, or two of the hinges on the other side, look like they're on these little spring mechanisms, so that if you push up the shelf, it clicks and opens up the back of the cabinet door, revealing a corridor beyond.
Oh. I thought you were gonna say it like revealed more ropes and more aprons.
And then, don't forget there's also another door in this room, another jail cell door that leads down a corridor opposite the one you came in.
Well, that certainly does clear up some suspicions about the room.
Indeed.
I knew something about it felt off.
So, nearly between the suspiciously between the suspicious bones, the rubble that can't have come from any of the walls,
The woodworker's tools.
the woodworking tools, the undamaged skeleton. I'm starting to wonder if perhaps all of this wasn't staged by a foreign dignitary to implicate the royals and the government in actions they
Indeed.
were not actually taking.
You hear a little voice from, discorporeal voice off in the distance say, "It's almost like Keyhole was onto something." Did I make you blush?
No, I'm just like I kind of figured.
Well,
Okay, so
Might
what do
as well
y'all
step
do?
into
You've
the
got
room.
two options. Oh, you're going in.
you're going in.
You're gonna leave that other corridor unexplored over there to the, what is that?
For now.
Behind you to the right. Okay.
For now, yeah.
So
It'd be better to go with the one that's already open rather than the one that's locked. Good lord, it's like I'm not gonna make that joke.
it's what?
Not important.
Okay. So let's see. The corridor behind the cabinet in the torture room leads up to a 30-foot by 30-foot octagonal-shaped room that looks like it was used as a dumping grounds for a wealth of art objects. Paintings, sculptures, and other objects that are scattered about carelessly, many of which have been ruined with their frames smashed and canvases slashed or covered in thick mildew and mold. On the far wall of the room is a rounded niche that contains a towering marble statue of an angel. There's a plaque affixed to the base of the statue that's chiseled with an inscription on it. And then to the right of the room is a 10-foot wide egress with a corridor extending beyond your sight.
First things first, I would like to go over here and investigate this.
Okay.
It looks like some painting that has blood spilled over it, on it, around it. I don't know.
Let me take a look here.
Not sure if that's just part of the set dressing or if that's something to be investigated.
Yeah, it's just part of it. Well, it looks like maybe there are some, I don't know if that's paint or blood splatters on it, but it's hard to tell what it represents really, like a victim's blood or somebody cut themselves in the process of smashing this painting up.
I'm kind of curious about what these whatever those things lying on top of it are. What's that? Is that just wood?
Yeah, it's a wooden frame,
Okay.
just broken. There
All
are a
right.
number of frames that have been smashed, and a number of like coffers and different art objects and things that look like they were probably at some point in time somewhere else in this area. Somewhere in the area.
Probably on one of the upper floors of the keep.
Could be. Yeah. but they look like they were pretty much just thrown here into a heap, and some were destroyed pretty with intent, like with malicious intent, like these beautiful objects. Like otherwise, if they were put here for storage, they wouldn't have been so mistreated. Like to the point where, like I said, some of the canvases are slashed. So there are two large, rugs that are here, several paintings and sculptures. There appears to be, you're standing in front of what appears to be a large mirror held up by a marble statue, like a large vanity, like full-length mirror kind of a thing. Oh, excuse me. Dinner's coming back to say hello. Sorry.
Okay.
And then again, directly in front of you, down that little alcove, like I said, is like a 15-foot high statue.
I must say, these rugs would go great in Whitehall.
They'd really tie the room together.
Yeah. Might have to bring them back when this is all done.
Can I look at the painting? Wait, did you? We would know that they're. Would we know that they're of value, of any value at least, by looking at them? Or do we know that already?
Do you have... Do any of you have appraised treasure?
I don't think I do.
No.
I think that's what you were up for next when you advance, Cal.
Probably.
Unfortunately. Because remember, with your character type, that's one of the skills that you could acquire, and I think that was in the list. Or that may have been one of the ones that you gave up in lieu of a weapon specialization, but I can't remember now.
No, I don't think it was.
I mean, a person in your profession probably has a base idea that, like, ooh, this is worth some money. Like, you might not know how much, but you're streetwise enough to know that based on your profession and the people that you deal with, they like this kind of stuff. If it's in decent enough shape to, port back to. Some of it clearly is not going anywhere because it's slashed, it's ruined, it's molded, beyond repair. Some of it may be salvageable. Hassan, I notice you're standing in front of the statue. There is a plaque there. Do you want to attempt to read what it says?
That's what I was thinking. Can I tell what language the plaque is written in?
Yeah, it's written in Andalusian. So, you would likely be familiar with that now since you've been in country long enough. It says, the Archangel Zephraiel, he who led the charge.
Would I... never mind, he just said that.
Never mind.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Would you like to share with the class what you have read there, Hassan?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. I was gonna do that.
So,
Nice.
Hassan calls upon his vast knowledge of theology to identify and understand the lore in front of him using theology. Okay, so you would recognize from your studies that Zephraiel was the angel who blew the signal trumpet leading the charge into the battle during the Great War below. So very revered archangel, very, very highly praised as having the courage and braveness to be the first one to run out and announce the charge. And that commenced the war between the Guardians of Light and the Minions of Darkness, which happened approximately 200 years ago.
I'd like to share.
So,
I'll
yeah,
walk up behind him and say, "What are you looking at there, Hassan?"
the inscription on the statue reference, because this is the statue of the Archangel Zephyriel, he who led the charge. Are you familiar with the Great War Below, Master Greyflame?
Yes, more than I would like to be, I have to admit. He was the one that blew the trumpet, sound the alarm of sorts, to lead the charge, right? This must all be new. The king hasn't been here for, what did we say, 300 years? Before the war below. I think there's your proof enough, Hassan. Looks like the legends are false.
Definitely something. Interesting.
Cal, what are you doing?
I was gonna ask if we knew any of the subjects, either the statue or in the paintings.
So the statue, some of the other statuary is just like objects of beauty, objects of art. Like, you know, there might be a cherub, or there might be a maiden, or there might be
David, whatever.
Yeah, statue of David. You know, very sculpted physique type stuff. You know, the one that is like truly remarkable is the one that Thorin and Hassan are looking at. This archangel that stands towering over, and it's made of marble, incidentally. And Thorin, you probably, I'll save you the roll, but you know, you probably recognize on sight that it's the same type of marble that you found out in the other quote unquote torture room. You know, so
I'll
clearly
relay that information back to Hassan.
Okay.
About the marble.
But the subject matter of the artwork, the paintings and stuff like that, Cal, they look to be more like portraiture. There's a lot of portraiture here that bears striking similarities, like familial characteristics, familial traits. A lot of the same facial characteristics are shared among different subjects of the paintings. And like you may find some that have plaques, little name plaques on them of the subject in the painting, and on a couple of them you see the name De La Torre. So that is the king's name. That's the king's surname.
Are there any nameplates that have Phineas Stoddard or Alistair Maxwell Constance? No, sorry, or Bahrat Jah. Fuck, I probably butchered that. Phineas Stoddard or Bahrat Jah.
Is that from the Oh, from the
Why, yes,
Yeah.
indeed, it is the two people who were smuggling state secrets.
No.
Who knows, you know, if they had access to state secrets, maybe they would have known His Majesty.
This is true. It's a fair assessment, but you don't see anything that has any of their names on it.
All right.
And in fact, in the journal, Alistair Maxwell Constance was basically a cad who was having an affair with.
No, that's I read the wrong one. I meant to say Phineas Stoddard and Bahrat Jah, Mahar native.
Yeah, no, you don't find anything with their names on it. So what do you do?
What do we do indeed? How well are these rugs holding up?
Well, they're quite old, and chances are they're probably moldy inside. They may have had vermin living in them, so they're maybe covered with, rat poop.
You
But
know what?
you
I will not touch them. As a matter of fact, I will
probably
make a visual assessment of them.
probably a wise choice. So listen, gang, it's about quarter after midnight here. I could go for hours, but that's me. I will not hold you to that same standard because we sort of talked about doing this 8 to midnight. But on that note, I will offer you the opportunity, like we can break here and come back in 2 weeks, or we could push on for a little while. It's totally up to you all.
I
And by
I
up to you all means you two, because I'm with him. I could go for a while.
I would prefer if we break here. I've definitely been losing focus and momentum as we've gone later. So
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I think it's a good idea to break.
Okay, good enough.
All
Good
right.
enough. You've got a lot ahead of you, and it is pretty taxing after a while. So
We've also
I'm
gotten
not
a lot
gonna.
behind us now.
Yeah,
yeah,
you sure have. And again, I want to just stress, like, as we go forward, pay as close and as best attention as you can because a lot of the details are already right there. I don't like to pull punches. I'm trying not to spoon feed people, but I've noticed that some of you are having a little difficulty with, and it's probably just the newness, like feeling out your characters. What can I do? What can I not do? What am I capable of? But again, I keep going back to you don't have to have me in the system in order to go into Roll20. You can go in there if you got 5-10 minutes here and there. Look at your character sheets, look at your spells, study them. There is some really clever stuff there, and I kind of picked everything so that you could work together as a party. Because you really don't have a thief. You have somebody close to that, but not quite there yet, but getting there pretty soon. So that means that you've got to be clever and improvise in the skills and abilities that you have in order to overcome some of the things here. Because I will, at a certain point, have to pull back and just totally zip my lip and not say anything because otherwise that'll just spoil the fun. But it was super fun. And again, Sarah, we're so happy to have you. Thanks so much for
Yeah.
stepping up to the plate and
yeah.
sitting in and being a player. And before we go, let's take like 5, maybe less, no more than 10 minutes. Can we do some highlights and lowlights? Is everybody good with that?
Sure.
So Sarah, you're new. We're gonna put you on the spot immediately. Peer pressure, peer pressure. So we'll start off. Give me. Well, you could do either one, a low light or a highlight. One thing about the game that really made you happy or geeked or you were excited about that you did or that you thought was cool, and then one thing that was like, that could have been a little better or that wasn't such a great moment overall. And that could be anything from the story arc itself to the way I describe something to an action a character, even including your own took or something like that.
So, I'll start off with the low light just so that I can end on a high note. Um, I the character introduction a little crunchy. That was probably on me. I wasn't. I should have put a little bit more thought into it, and I didn't. Um, but we're
Well,
vibing now, so.
if that's your low light, then can't be that bad. I thought it was a cool introduction.
Well, yeah, it's just like I realized while we were on our way, like when we were narratively on our way to the tower, I never really said yes to the adventure.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's like, I don't think I said anything about like, yeah, I'll join y'all. But so I just kind of got like roped into it. Um, but yeah, it was. I like the like play a game, see if you can beat the I'm a con artist, if you will. But yeah, no, I realized like I didn't say yeah, I'll join you guys. I would have, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
And then highlight, uh, I got some decent perception rolls, and so opening up the false bottom on the chest was pretty cool.
Nice.
Finding
Okay.
secret stuff is always great.
Yep. You can't be afraid to look, because you never know what's out there. All right. Thank you, Griffin.
Um, I think. Sorry, I'm tired. I think. A low light would be just on a personal level. I feel like I wasn't especially focused and wasn't bringing a ton to it today, but that's I don't know. But it's it's fun, and I'm especially in. I think highlight is definitely the like having the journal as like something to be able to read and like getting a deeper look into what all is going on. The mystery. Ah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I try to be consciously aware of that, and that's why I keep saying, to like Thorin or to Sarah, like, time out, hang on 1 second, let me come around and make sure, that Hassan is being taken care of, and try to do that for each player, because I know what it's like to just sit there like twirling your thumbs, waiting for your turn, and you don't always have to wait for me to ask, what are you doing? You can always, this again is like I'm trying to encourage folks, like, okay, you walk into this room, here's what you see. What do you do? That's where each of you needs to speak up and say, oh, I'm going to go check that cabinet. Or I'm going to go check this pile of bones. It looks a little weird, like just sitting here randomly in the corner. Excuse me. And then that way, at least I know somebody has an action. Each person has an action they're doing, and then I can get to them in the order that they spoke up. And then we try to play through as quickly as possible through each of those actions to make sure that nobody's waiting around for too long, and then basically bounce back to the top of the order. But yeah, just don't feel like you've got to, if you walk into your room. And again, knowing what your abilities are and what your spells are, you could say, I'm going to cast such and such on this. And, that'll help. Hey, Eric, how's it going? You would like to stab the things? That's what Eric would like to do. My action is, I want to kill. Do you remember Alice's Restaurant, Deacon?
Very well.
Okay, we can talk about that later. So thanks, Griffin. And again, I'll try to stay conscious of, asking you if it seems like you're being quiet. I'll ask you, is there something you want to do, or, tell me what you're doing. All right, Deacon. What about you? Highlight and low light, or low light and highlight?
This is tough. Normally, I try to think of one while other people are sharing theirs. I did not do that this time, so I have no clue, honestly. I think the highlight for me would be it's a good thing this is live, so you have it recorded, because I never say this normally. I've kind of liked that we haven't been killing as many things, and that we've been doing a whole lot more like looking around and like investigatory stuff.
Yeah.
Feels a bit wrong to say. But
you'll have plenty of time to enact the Eric Charnesky plan of I stab things.
Exactly, yeah. As far as a low light goes, I think I think the low light for me would be trying to still warm up as a player and kind of remember what I can do as a character and remember all of the different things, like the skills that I have or the tools at my disposal, and just try to do that better because I feel like as I've been going through this, I've been doing pretty much the same thing. Like, okay, I'm going to use set, detect, disarm traps. Okay, now I'm going to use detect unsafe stonework. Okay, now I'm going to mix things up a bit and look for traps, you know?
Yeah.
So I wanna try to diversify a bit and use more of the abilities that I have and the tools that I have.
Yeah, that's good. And you know, again, I appreciate you recognizing that. And you know, again, at this point, I sound like a scratched record repeating myself over and over, but it really is important to take a look at those character sheets, get to know your skills, get to know your spells. Read those spell descriptions because, like I said, there's some really clever stuff in there that,
Yeah.
like, I was thinking 2 rooms ago, like, wow, they should have used this or they could have used that, and you know, this would have told them this, and like, but I don't want a metagame, you know, so that's got to be part of your investment in your character as a player is, especially with Thorin, there's so much history there, you know, like you should know that like the back of your hand. And part of it is not just reading it like a script, like I use my such and such skill. It's like, you know, I get the feeling you play the role, right? Like you're a bounty
Yeah.
hunter, you're suspicious of everything, you're a bounty hunter, you're used to tracking.
Yeah,
You're
I
like
think I think a part of that, or part of why I might not a part of why I feel like I don't know the characters well now is one, it's on Roll20 and the whole thing is laid out differently, which is throwing me off a bit. And two, a lot of stuff has changed between my actual character sheet on paper and the stuff that you put into the Roll20 one. So it's kind of like, don't know how to describe it. It's just it's a bit of a relearning process for me,
sure. It's
especially getting used to the new format and all that. So
Yeah, and you know, for Griffin and for Sarah, you know, they don't know our 4-page character sheet, so they're not used to that format. So for them, it's just a matter of like learning the layout and Roll20 that's there. And but I get it, and you're right. And some
yeah,
things did change for you in terms of like there's a lot of time that passed since the last time that you played with Thorin as a character, so Thorin would have shed off certain material possessions, sold things, upgraded things, you know, and so naturally there's going to be a little bit of a difference between what was written on your character sheet versus what you're bringing into this new campaign. You know, equipment breaks, it's replaced. In some cases, you know, you just let it go. But those are things that, like, again, you know, you're going to be at a point soon enough where you'll be laden with treasure again, you know, each of you, and you'll be like, oh, you know, God, I gotta like page 7 of like your equipment list and everything that you have and where it's stored and all that. So, but listen, I really appreciate it. My low light of the game was some of the technical glitches that we had, but you know that happens. It's like I've watched games played through, and there's almost always a technical glitch. The highlight for me was the look on Sarah's face during the shell game when they realized they had
yeah,
been conned. It was like
that was pretty good.
it was a classic gaming moment where it's like, see, and this is what happens because you know you go into this thing thinking, yeah, I'm the bomb. I got the skills. Watch this. I'm about to like make some fat loot, and I'm about to con the shit out of these 2 rubes who don't know. Got a dwarf and another human over here, and all of a sudden, what? So that was pretty fun, and I loved the intro. By the way, Sarah. I mean, it's fine. You know, I just the only reason I asked you how you were going to do that, how you're going to introduce yourself to the characters, was like, oftentimes, unless I prompt that or initiate that, like new players will sit there and sit there and sit there, And then in addressing the question that you had, or the concern you had, or the observation you made about like you realize like you hadn't actually said yes, that happens too sometimes. Like players will find themselves like all of a sudden they're like, wow, I don't even remember entering into an agreement, but here I am on the road, to this unknown location, because the meta part of that whole thing is that obviously you're here to play. There's only been one single time in the last 42 years that I've been gaming and running a game where a player, I won't name names, their character sat like this, literally, at the game table. And and so they said, my character sits at the bar stool with his arms folded. I'm like, okay. So then they totally immersed in their character. The rest of the group was saying, they were drinking and they bought the character a drink and they were like, you look like an interesting sort of person. What do you do for a living? And he looked over at him and just looked back. Didn't say a word. This went on, I am not kidding you, for a half an hour. And this person never said what they were there for, that they were looking for adventure, that they had any interest in joining the group. So the other three buddies were, that's exactly right, Eric, exciting role playing. So then the other three players were like, so look, we're looking for a fourth person to join our little company of adventurers, and we're going to do this. And this individual played so freaking hard to get that my friends that had been friends at that point for almost 20 years were like, they looked at me and were like, what the actual fuck is wrong with this guy? And they weren't talking about the character. They were talking about the person sitting at the table. So I had to butt in and I had to say, okay, look, the point of you playing is that you eventually have to join up with this group. And that means you're going to have to interact with them somehow. He didn't work out. We wound up asking him, we didn't invite him back to the table. That was only one of like 2, possibly 3 people who were a bad, fit for the group. But anyway, I'm digressing. Thank you all so much for being here and for sticking around a little later than normal. And I hope you all have a fantastic week. We will talk to you soon. And for everybody else that's out there watching, thanks for tuning in. We do this every other Friday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Look at our About page for details on schedules and all that kind of stuff. And then Deacon and I will be back here tomorrow, probably from either the workbench or the game table. I'm not really sure
I think we
what
might
we're going to
be
do.
playing a video game tomorrow night, actually.
Oh, yeah, we might be playing a video game. Sea of Thieves, probably. So 8 p.m. Central, and thanks for tuning in. I'd like to thank our new player, Sarah, once again for joining. Thanks to our very special guest, Griffin, for returning for the umpteenth millionth time now. Love to have you on here, Griffin. I hope you get some sleep. Thanks to my co-host, Deacon. We'll see you tomorrow night. Good night, everybody.
See you then.